Okay, hi everyone, I'm Carl, welcome to my YouTube channel. So today we will be looking at starting a new little project, prototyping it. And I will be starting from my recently released Odin plus Raylib plus hot reloading template. You find that template on my GitHub page, and I've linked to this template in the description of this video. But essentially this template here, and yeah, so I have already downloaded this template and put it into a folder on my, in a new folder here. Here it is. Let's maybe rename it to something better. Let's call it Adventure. I just taken out the zip from the, because I will make a new repository. So I just downloaded the zip from GitHub and put it in here. Oh, let's bring out the chat. I'll put it behind here. Maybe. Like that. So in this little template, you get, it's essentially a tiny, like there's nothing really with regards to Raylib there. It's just a basic template setup, but with hot reloading, so you can hot reload use hot reloading immediately to iterate on your gameplay code and stuff. There's just two tiny setup things you need to do to use this template. So first you open build hot reload .bat, you open it in your text editor, and it looks like this. And the only thing you see here is there's an absolute path here. But that one is correct on my computer. But if you use this template, then on your computer, you probably want to change this so that it points to your Odin folder. So you need the Odin compiler installed, of course, already. But you just go to odinlang.org and find it there. The other thing you need to edit is if you want to use Sublime, or want to use the Sublime project. There is a project.sublime project file here. Here again are some Odin absolute paths to the Odin compiler you might need to change, because it contains 5 different folders, this project. The template itself, and then Raylib, and then the core and base and example. I just have this in there so I can easily jump to definition within those files. And other than that, I guess you can change the name here if you want to. So let's call it Adventure, like that. Okay, so we can close all that, and then we can just double click the project and it opens. You see now we have Adventure, Raylib, blah, 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 blah. And in order to use the build system that is built into the project, you can go in here and choose Adventure. And now if I press F7, hopefully, if I've set up everything correctly, it starts and it runs this thing here. So this is just a simple little template where you can walk around. Like, you are this white thing, there is a camera that follows you and it prints some stuff on the screen and stuff. But what's special about this is if we open game.odin here, is that this file contains essentially, like, this is the proc that's run when the game starts, and it allocates a new kind of memory block, and all your memory for your game goes in here. And it is a struct that's defined up here. And whenever it hot reloads, you can make changes to the game, recompile while the game is running. Whenever that happens, the state that is kept between the two hot reloads is the stuff that is inside game memory here. Currently there's just this player position and some numbers, like this is just some example stuff. So in order to hot reload, you can just go down to the bottom here, and we can change this. This has some number here. You can just say, "Hi, I'm Carl." Press the recompile and then it's changed there. But let's undo that back. There you go. And just quickly, I have a whole blog post on this hot reload stuff. But essentially, it has the init proc, and the init proc to init is memory. There's a shutdown proc to free the memory, and then there's an update one that where is that? This is run each frame, and whenever it hot reloads, it first fetches the memory, the game memory here using this proc, and then when it has hot reloaded, because what the hot reload does is that it compiles this game stuff into a game.dll. So it loads a new, it checks if that one has changed. It loads a new one, and then it feeds the new one the same game memory with this proc. So it updates this global variable. And you know, so it's split into this stuff in here, in the root folder of the directory is compiled as a DLL, and then it compiles the stuff in main hot reload, this stuff, as an exe. And this exe just has like a struct of a game API, and here you see the init update shutdown proc, and these are mapped to the ones in the DLL. And there's a proc in here that sort of loads the DLL here, or rather here it actually loads it, and it also, there's this nice proc built into Odin that matches up the name of these guys, these procs in this API struct, matches up these to the ones in the DLL. So it essentially checks for, oh, is there a game init proc, and then it matches it up to this one, and you can specify that you want all of them to have this prefix. That's why I don't need a prefix in here. So it's like init is matched to game init, and it just goes through the DLL and looks for a proc to match all these. So that's essentially what it does when it loads the API. And then there's a main proc that comes like this sample. You can download it and use it yourself. It comes with, it has already from the start a tracking allocator enabled, and it's so it will check for memory leaks and stuff, and then it will do the like check for the modification of game.dll and stuff, and do the hot reload by just, like I said, it loads the new game API for the new DLL and feeds it the same memory and all that stuff. Excuse me. So that's that about the template. It's just fun. So it's linked in the description. So if you want to do something similar yourself and start from this template, then you can just do that. So let's go close the main hot reload, and we can close the side panel here. Control KB. There we go. Also close this old, I had two Sublime windows open. So I want to try to make like a little maybe like a little adventure game-ish. I was thinking something like, so I last week I was working on what I call sort of a train game, where I was building tracks and stuff. It was fun to make a little tool for building the train tracks, but didn't really get anywhere with that one. So this week I want to look at something that I think is a bit more sort of my style. If you played my last game, for example. So this week I want to make like a little adventure game, but that has some more of a top-down camera instead of like my game Cat and Onion, which has sort of a side camera. I want a top-down camera, and it would be nice if it we'll see about the exact mechanics. I'm not too keen on, like, you know, just defaulting to having lots of combat in there or something. I rather focus maybe on the puzzles and having some dialogue in there, and maybe like exploration and all the sort of, you know, the aha moments maybe you have in Zelda games when you unlock a new ability and stuff. But we'll see. That's quite far away. Now, right now we just need to make something at all. Like, right. So this template comes with some stuff. That's just an example essentially. So you can delete almost everything here if you want to, in these, like in this update and stuff. But so it already has the camera sort of set up. like this. Let's start by maybe choosing a nicer background color. Let's have something green and grassy here. What's green? Red, green, blue, 100, 220, 100. I don't know. I'm just making up colors here. Okay, sure. And then we can maybe disable this text for now. Just delete it. It also comes, this template comes with two cameras, a game camera and a UI camera. The game camera follows you around the player position that is in the memory. And then it has a UI camera that is fixed. The reason it uses a camera for the UI is because I have it comes with a thing called the pixel window height, which is essentially it takes a camera and zooms in so that it is 180 pixels on the height here, regardless of the resolution you have. You see, I can do this. Regardless of the resolution you run the game at, you have 180 pixels from top to bottom. And you know, if it's a widescreen, then you get like a 16:9. If it's widescreen, then you get 360 times, 320 times 180. If you have 16:9 widescreen. But yeah, the UI camera is the same. It's just zoomed into the same amount, but it's stationary. So it's just that 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 is here, and then it goes like that. So we have the background here. We can also make a nicer color for the player. Let's make the player maybe, I don't know. This red thing here is just an example so that you see that it actually moves. You know, if you don't have anything and you follow around with the camera, you will absolutely not see anything happen because there's nothing there. And we also need to choose a scale of things, but let's just start. Let's maybe make the player a tiny bit bigger, 6 pixels by 10 pixels. We still draw it at the player pose. And then let's see, what color should we give this one? It doesn't matter so much right now, but it's fun to choose something. Maybe something bluish, or let's just do that maybe. Now it complains about FMT being declared but not used. Then you can do like this, underscore, like that. I think that might be a bit hard to see almost. I'm gonna make this a tiny bit less, and then we will red, green, blue. Let's maybe do like that. And then this rectangle here is just something to have in the game. So let's maybe start with, I kind of like starting with having a simple animation in there or something, just something. I know many people like, you know, prototyping boxes, but I kind of like the feeling of having just a simple animation on there, just a 2-frame animation. Of course, since it's top down, we need to make it 4 directions, but we can do that quite easily, I think. We can keep this red box here for now. So let's open a sprite and make like how tall do we want it to be. Doesn't really matter right now, but we can make it maybe, this is 10 pixels high right now. Question is if it should be a tiny bit big. Let's do 16. Yeah, good old 16 by 16. Question is if I want it to be a bit wider, maybe. Doesn't matter. Let's just doodle something here. Let's as usual, as we make it a cat, of course. do the quickest cat. This is any % cat speedrun. Like that. You see, I've drawn a pixel art cat before. It's almost like it's the cat from Cat and Onion on a new adventure. Who knows? Maybe it is. I don't know. Okay, that's it. It looks funny. So, and then you make a new frame, and then you take the legs like this. You take that leg like that. And you take this leg like this. And then you take this leg like this. Oh, what's happening here? Dun 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 dun. I know it looks terrible, but it doesn't matter. It's just a placeholder. You should make your placeholder as quickly as you can. And then we go to adventure, and we can make a new folder called source assets, whatever. And then we write player walk. And then we export this as we export a sprite sheet. Like this. Player walk.png, blah blah blah. Adventure. Let's make a textures folder. Textures.png. Textures. Player walk. Sure. Okay. That's fine. Good. Right. Back in here. Let's load that one. Player walk. Let's call it player walk. Let's remove this some number thingy. rl.texture. Go down here because that one is sad now. And then we can in-game init load this texture. What's it called? Remember player walk equals, what's it called? rl.get draw texture v gmem.playerWalk, and then we need a position. This help thingy here got hidden. gmem.playerPos, and then we need a color. Oh, that's just a tint actually. Wait, why am I drawing a texture here? You see, it's morning, I'm tired. I'm supposed to load a texture here. Load. I was like, oh, something feels very off with doing this. Textures. Texture/player walk.png. People are like, what's he doing? And also, it's early. Wait, I'm gonna fix this. We put the draw code in here, but this is also in the wrong spot. This is the init window, right? In here is the game init, and you can just do, when you init the game memory here, you can just do like that. You assign the field player walk of it to this texture here, and then in shutdown you can do rl.unload texture gmem.player walk, like that. Risgrynsgröt says that awful placeholders are the best way to get artists to replace the art as soon as possible. Yeah, true. Unfortunately, I have to make my own art, but it makes me replace it at some point, you know. It doesn't matter really, because it's just nice to have some little thing there moving, I think, rather than having a box. But don't spend more than 1 minute on the placeholder. So now we can draw the texture instead. We can draw player walk, and then we can remove the player. We compile, we see rl.color. You see, I'm tired. rl.white it's called. There you go, there's a cat that updated. How did... So something you might have seen there is that there is a limitation to hot reload. So if we write like, if we change the layout of game memory, so we say here some number int, and we recompile, you see that the cat sort of jump back to the middle. We can do it again by removing this line, recompiling. What actually happens here is a sort of fail-safe, because hot reloading works as long as the layout or size of the memory doesn't change, because then it will take the data from the old one and read it, but you know, everything is off, is not, so things are not in the correct position in the struct from the old DLL versus the new one that it loads. And what happens then is that I have a little failsafe here where it sort of checks if the memory size of for the newly loaded game API here, if that is different from the one that is the old one, then it actually does a hard reset. It sort of runs the shutdown proc, and then runs the init proc for the new one and uses that. So it actually restarts the whole game, but that's just a failsafe. So instead of crashing, maybe it should print something when it does that, like but it's usually pretty obvious because the whole game just restarts. But in most cases, you are actually tweaking gameplay code. But when you add and remove stuff from the main memory struct like this, then you'll sometimes end up in trouble. But sometimes it will help you fix that. So currently it's drawing both frames, so we need some kind of way to fix that. Let's make a little file here called, let's make an animation file, animation.odin. I should also probably say that this template, it comes with the main hot reload and the game.odin, and then there's a few other files. I don't think maybe the template, I don't think it actually uses maybe almost any of these other files. It's just, these are just my things that I like having in between, like that I've had in common between projects. There's just some stuff for doing like rect splitting in here, and there's some stuff, I don't know what this is. There's just some proc to calculate the rect of a texture. There's some helpers for using Odin that I like having around. And the biggest one is probably this one, which is a handle array, which is sort of a statically allocated array that uses handles like an index plus a generation instead of a like having pointers and stuff. So it will give you sort of a handle like this instead, that has an index generation, and that's all in here. And you can read more about that approach on the link that's in this file. But like I said, you can get this template in that. It's in the description if you want to look at it. This, the nice thing about the template is essentially that I preset up all the hot reload stuff, so you can just use it. So let's do some animation stuff here. Package game. Okay, an animation is struct, and this I'm adjusting this crappy. It's my microphone problems as usual. It being slightly in the way. An animation is a struct that has a texture, and it has num frames, and it has a frame timer, and it has, what more does it have? It has current frame. That's all you need for a simple animation. I'm gonna do this. I like Let's go to Raylib helpers. I'm gonna do like this. Text. Maybe we call it text. Maybe we're gonna be like all short and fun in this project. I don't know. I was gonna write texture, but I was like, let's write text. Look at that. And then we can write animation init, create perhaps, and we say that this is a proc that takes a texture, and then it takes num frames, and that's all it does. And it returns an animation. An animation is essentially we return. Wait, do I even need this initializer? Let's have it. Hello, Shuvikos. And then we need a procedure to update animation. So then we take a pointer to an animation since we need to change it. And we also need like an animation draw, which doesn't need a pointer. This in Odin it won't always copy it. It's also since all the procedure parameters are immutable, it will sometimes if the thing it's trying to send into a proc is bigger than registry size, it will actually send it as an immutable reference just automatically, so you don't have to write, you know, in C++ you would have to write something like that here to get like ensure there's no copying, but you still want it to be immutable. So but this is always an immutable reference if it's big enough. It's just most of the times it's just a very good optimization. There are a few corner cases where you might need to know about it, but right. So what we need to do here is draw this animation based on which is the current frame and blah blah blah. And what we do then is we need a source rect. So what you need to do is you need to run like, do I want maybe it's nicer to have like an animation, but like it doesn't draw directly, it just gives you the rectangle to draw into. I think that's maybe nicer. Hello Stevie. Yes, happy Monday morning. I have my coffee ready. There's even more in the brewing. So what we want here is essentially to have like a player animation. Let's call it player walk. Let's replace that one. And it's an animation. It's sometimes good to write your usage code before your. And this player walk then will be an animation. You do animation create, and you say that you put in a texture, and you say that it has 2 frames like that. And then when you draw it, you want to draw the animation somehow. Then you do it here, and you'll be like animation draw. Okay, let's do it directly for now. I'm thinking maybe we want to have it just return rectangles instead, so it's actually doesn't issue any drawing stuff. But we'll see. So now we can remove that. And in here we can be like, this is the source rectangle. So you make a rectangle like this. It will be at, so this is where you look in, like if you want to look at this frame or at this frame inside the texture. So the width is a.texture.width. We can make this into a float immediately. If you've been watching my Raylib Odin stuff, then this is very similar, because yeah, I'm sort of just live coding the same. I mean, I've done this kind of animation stuff 1,000 times. So maybe this will go into my, I will work a bit on this, and I will see if I can maybe extract something here that's reusable and put it into my template. But I try to keep a template so that you can just delete all the extra files and just use the basic old Raylib Odin hot reload stuff without having to use my stuff. But yeah, it's for me and I'm sharing it, so I can just put some extra files in there. So this is the width and the height of this animation texture of this one. This will be 32 times 16. And we need to know which frame we are on, so we take a.num current frame. Yeah, frame width. The width of a frame is w divided by a.num frames. And we can make a little if a.num frames equals 0, then we just return here. You can even log error animation has 0 frames. So we have a width of each frame. It will probably be 16. So then we can take a.current frame, which will be a number like 0, 1, 2 times frame width. So then we get a 0 or 16, 0 or 16. So it will, like for the animation, it will know this is like the X position of the source vector. Now the Y position is always 0. The width is always frame width, and the height is always h. Yeah. So this is sort of texture width. This is sort of texture height. And this one is, so you can say like this instead, maybe. Width equals texture width, and height equals, let's just do like this. Good. Oh yeah. So here's a thing in Raylib. I don't like it that much. I would prefer in Raylib if the width and the height, if it was XYWH, it's like XY width height. It's like, I know, I mean, I understand why, but it's just meh. It's just a bit meh. What you can do if you don't like that is you can take the Raylib bindings in Odin and copy them to your project and just change it, and then you do whatever you want in there, because the bindings will still, as long as things are to the correct place. If you look in raylib.odin rectangle, this one, you could change this to width and height here, to the W and H here, but you probably want a local copy of the bindings in your project. But you know, I'll think about if I want to do that, because I think from my previous project I already had local copies of the Raylib anyways. So this is the dest rectangle. Do we need, wait, rl.draw, we need the Raylib here. Import rl for Raylib. No, vendor Raylib. Oh. Draw texture. Which one do I need here? Just gonna go check. Yeah, I can just use draw texture rec. I don't need a dest rectangle for now. So then we can just do this, and we can say a.texture, and we can say source, and then we can say position is, we need a position to draw it at. Pos is rec2, and then we need a tint rl.white, and then here we send in the gmem.player pos. Player is called player walk, the animation. Player walk.texture. Here you go. And now it's like this. It's just one, but we're not updating animation yet, but that's quickly. We can do that here. A.frame timer minus equals rl.get frame time. If a.frame timer is less or equals to 0. I've done this a million times. That's why I can just do it without thinking. Then we take the num frames plus equals 1, and then we check if a.num frames is bigger, not num frames, current frame, haha, is bigger or equals to a.num frames. I think it should be like that. Then a.current frame equals 0. And it also needs to take the a.frame timer equals 0.1. That's just currently my timing, 100 milliseconds. Game update. So we have the play. We can do like this: animation update. gmem.player walk. Now it's amazing. Let's make it a bit slower, and then we can do like this. If length of input is bigger than 0, leanalg.length of input is bigger than 0. I've imported the leanalg up here because I use it for the normalized input vector. So this comes in the place in the template. It just makes a vector like y in the y and x direction, and it normalizes the input, and then it changes the player pos based on that. So now it only walks when you walk, like that. Okay. So that's good. We can walk around. Let's think a bit about, let's maybe make it look a bit more fun and cozy by putting out maybe a tree or something. Let's make a 32 by 16 kind of thing. Let's do like this. We need it a bit bigger because this is not gonna work otherwise. Just draw any crap, because I almost went Bob Roster and said, this is your world, you can do anything. No, but it's just you know, it's funny, I'm using the cat and onion palette here because that's what I had. I don't mean to, I might replace the color scheme. But so let's just now. I'm being too complicated here. Let's, so let's just, no, not now I'm being too complicated here. Let's, so let's just, no, not now I'm being too complicated here. Let's, no, 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 I'm being too complicated here. Let's, no, 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 I'm being too complicated here. Let's, no, 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 I'm being too complicated here. Let's you size the brush up so it's like plops, and then you do like this. Like it's a glorious tree. That, and we save this in textures as tree.png, and then we will load it. So chat is Bobby Tronics is asking, how do you do the map scrolling? This stuff. I'm trying to implement this in Pico 8 at the moment, and I've hit a wall. So I use Raylib's camera, so that might not. I don't know if there's a maybe there's a built-in camera in Pico 8. You can look at it. I have almost never used Pico 8, so I don't know. But essentially, in my case, I know I have a Raylib camera. This proc here returns a Raylib camera that has as target the player position, so it targets the player position, and then it's also because the camera position is at the upper corner, so it's offset by half the screen height and half the height. Yeah, so if Pico 8 has a camera function for offset, then I would say, I don't know if it, because this one target is where the player is, and in this case offset is so that it ends up in the center rather than up at the corner. But I don't know how it works in Pico 8. And then the game camera, I have like inside my draw here where I draw the world, I begin mode 2D and I say use this game camera, and then I end it down here, and in between I draw the player stuff and the red box here. Mathematically what happens here is I'm pretty sure it puts in a transformation of it sort of actually moves everything, like when it draws the world, it makes sure to move everything that is drawn based on where the camera is. Yeah, so if your camera in Pico 8, for example, only has target and not offset, what you can do is the offset you actually don't really need, because you could do this, right? I'm pretty sure you can do that. Maybe it's supposed to be minus here, or maybe I don't know, maybe I said too much. You should be able to, maybe this one needs to be minus and this one needs to be plus. Something like that, because if you, oh wait, there's an error here. Oh, okay, the error ended up like all the way over here. Why are you all the way over there? I think you can do like, yeah, you see, if you just have a target like this, you can just add a number. So if you take half the screen size, for example, minus width divided by 2. Oh no, alright, that's not the, is it zoomed in? This needs to be in sort of pixel coordinates. So it's 320 by 2, and this is minus 180 by 2, maybe. Something like that. I'm just showing an example here of, now I've done the same thing, but I only have a target, which is probably what you have in Pico 8. You only have a offset. Try starting with your player at origin at 0, 0, and then use the camera and see if you can make the camera still show the player, and then you can tweak the offset until you get the player in the middle or something. But yeah, I will undo this, so I use the offset instead. Plop, there we go. But I don't know, maybe the Pico 8 camera counts from the middle or up or from the top corner. I'm not sure. I haven't used it. Let's put our nice little tree in. Let's just draw rl.draw texture v. We need to load the texture, of course, but tree is rl.texture. You know, we currently don't have any kind of game object entity kind of thing, but currently we just put things like that. Where's game init? There, new project, everything. load texture /tree.png. That's what I called it just now, the tree I just made. This one, very pretty. And then we say gmem.tree, and we draw it at, we can draw it at the same position. And then we can, it needs a tint, rl.white, remove that one, start, it's a comma here, there's a tree. Of course there's currently no sort of smart sorting. You want things to, that's down here, to end up in front and stuff. How do you do that? Maybe I can do that right away. Well, I would need some kind of, I'm gonna think about it and get more coffee. La 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 la. Ta-da! So we have this guy running around already. So what do we do now? We can either try to sort things, so we can walk behind and in front of a tree. We can try to add, like, I was thinking what I want in this game quite early is like some kind of dialogue thing where you can go up and talk to things or people or whatever. So I'm not sure. What would be most interesting if I try to do now the sorting, like that's a basic thing, or I can try to do like adding a character, the dialogue probably. Let's try to do small things. Maybe do the sorting, because the dialogue stuff will take me the rest of the stream, because it's gonna be like, okay, I need to implement like a million things. Essentially I would sit and be like, okay, I want to load dialogue from a file. I can do that later. So let's think a bit about objects in the game. So we have the player here. It uses an animation right now. Write that. And then I want to be able to walk behind the tree and in front of it, sort of, without clipping through it. What I could do is sort everything just before drawing it, rather than, maybe that's the best thing to do. So I just sort it from top to bottom, sort of. Wait, yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is add some kind of indirection for drawing stuff, so it has a list of things to draw, and then it can sort that list just before drawing it based on maybe the Y position on the screen for now or something. So let's do that maybe. So here's some animation stuff. Let's make like a I did this in another project, but let's just do it here from the stream. Package game. Let's call this one. Is the question, is it a drawable? Like I want to make a thing where I store the things to draw on screen. Is that a drawable or is it a renderable? Because I like the word draw on procs, but I don't like the word drawable. But I think I'm gonna just call it drawable.odin. Drawables. Drawable.odin, and a drawable is a union. Why? Because we have different variants. We have drawable texture, which is a struct, and then we have like a drawable rect. These are the two I always know that will happen. And then a drawable can be a drawable texture, or it can be a drawable rect. Drawable like that. And the texture will just be like I'm thinking if it should let's just have for now whatever we need. We need a position, we need a texture. You know what? Raylib helpers. I think I prefer to call it texture. That short name wasn't. I wasn't living for it. So we have a texture, and then we have a position. Question is, we just put the rectangle in here because for animations you want to look into just tiny parts of the texture, like for the cat here, you always want to look into this part. Well, yeah, it has 2 frames. I think maybe later I also, for this game, I will try to make the whole game use a single texture atlas, or maybe there's 2 texture atlases if it gets too big. So this will always change a bit. So eventually textures will be more like a handle into texture atlas or something, and then it knows, okay, grab that one, like grab this rect. A texture essentially becomes like which texture atlas, that's a number, and then a rectangle where to look in the atlas, and that's a draw texture, and it just can draw everything with one texture. And then we need to draw it to a position, and then so drawables we maybe support up to, I just like doing this with like a static array like this. Maybe we support that many drawables. This is just a type. And drawables is a pointer to a drawable array. You will see why drawable drawables init or something. Proc the drawable array. So this has to do a bit with hot reloading, because you I like having, like, maybe we make this one private. There's a, you can do like that, so this will not be visible outside this file. But I like having like a little global variable just to be able to push the stuff I draw onto it. Maybe we need a num drawables as well. Bobbytronics is asking, is Cat and Onion your first game ever shipped? Yeah, it's the first game I made myself that I've shipped. I've tried to make games before, but it was when I sort of started with Odin and Raylib and all that I kind of, I felt like I got somewhere, and then I felt like I maybe could finish something. I have worked professionally on video games. I worked on like A Way Out, the co-op game. I think I'm listed as additional programmer on there because I didn't stay until the end of the project. And some stuff. I also worked at some indie studios and stuff. But mainly I've been working with making game engines. Most of my game dev career is, I've used to do tools for game engines a lot. So, you know. So I shipped lots of tools for game engines. Level editors, some graph tools, yeah, stuff like that. So we have drawables in it here, and what this one just does is it says drawables equals d. And then we need to know, we need to get a list of all the drawables to draw. This is a static array. It can be stored up to 4096 things, but this one is the one that actually contains how many things to draw. And what we do here is we make a proc and we return a slice, which looks like this. Yeah. And we say return drawables, and then we do an index and we write colon, so we start from 0 up to num drawables. Like that. And then we can say draw, here we can say draw texture. It's a proc that takes a texture. It just takes these few things, and then we say drawables. You can make an add drawable here. Can you make this? Yeah. So if num drawables equals length of drawables. So if we're already drawables. If we're maxed out, then we log an error. This says out of drawables return, and then we say drawables num drawables equals d, and then we say num drawables plus equals 1, and then we say add drawable here, drawable texture text equals text source. This is just copying everything over into there essentially. All good and nice. And I think that's all we need. We need a frame reset also, because each frame it's gonna restart. Drawables reset. This one doesn't do anything fancy. It says num drawables equals 0. Don't need to go clear anything, because this will return an empty slice in that case when it's 0. So it will only, return the slice here with up to num drawables. So you don't need to reset anything, and there's no allocations here because, well, there will be one allocation, which is in game memory. We need to be like drawables is a drawable array, right? and then we need to so anytime in my template, my little template that you can find in the description of this video, whenever it starts the game, it runs game init, and at the bottom of game init it runs game hot reloaded, because this one sort of sets up some global state that is needed. This one is also run when after hot reload, because then you're in sort of a new, the code you're looking at is in a new DLL, so it actually it's fed from the game exe, it's fed the memory, so it does stuff here. And here you can add other like global initialization, like drawables init, and then you take a pointer to gmem.drawables, and you know, this way you get this way you can make, just in this file you have like a self-contained little system with this global thing here, but it doesn't use any other globals. A mistake you can do is maybe always start going through this gmem thing here, but honestly I would make this gmem maybe private, so I force myself to do this a bit nicer. Wait, is that not how you write it? Yes, I think it is. Because otherwise you can start using this one outside of here. And then you can get this a bit of a tangly mess of global. Like, you know, people are super afraid of global variables, but the reason global variables are bad is not because they're global variables. It's because if you have a global variable and you use everywhere, then your code becomes very sort of tangled up and hard to separate. But it's okay, of course, this is a global variable that has this variable in it, and I use the drawables variable down somewhere here, and I init this system. This one doesn't use any other globals than this one, but it's very obvious, you know, there's nothing wrong with this one being a global. I could have, you know, sent it into all these procs whenever I use them. Like maybe a drawable could take a drawable, a pointer to a drawable array. Yeah, but then it's just more annoying to use. I can just put it as a global that I init like this. That's fine. If you need it to be like, I mean, my game is not going to be threaded or anything, you know. That's always like, if you do like these small games, you don't need to care about threading, because you just use one thread for everything, except maybe you will have a thread for like updating your music or something. But yeah. Hello, Thunder. So let's see. So maybe now we can go back here. So why I was doing all this was because I want to be able to sort on the position, but I thought maybe then let's add this indirection with drawables. This is sort of maybe something that I will put in my template, because I think something that I'm not actually sure if this is super generic that I want in all my projects, but no. This template I have, you can just delete the files you don't want. So now we can go here and we can say draw texture instead, and we can say a.texture, we can say source, and we can say pos. Do that. Yeah, now the player disappeared. That's not so weird, because we're currently not processing the drawables array in any way. Let's go here and say drawables reset, and in the top of update, so the number of drawables is reset to 0 each frame, and this is okay. And we just need to, just before the end here, we need to say yeah, we need, this one should also draw texture. Maybe we can, thinking this one, maybe we can do like draw draw texture rec. We can make a new one called draw texture pos, or like that, where we skip the source rect, and then we make a draw texture proc. So this is sort of an implicit overload. Draw texture pos and draw texture rec. Good. Enable that. So now we can write draw texture, and we use this one or this one. And then we can say gmem.tree. We want to draw it at position 2020. The only thing here is we need to take care when drawing it. So if the source rect is totally zeroed out, then we just use the position. But I can handle that. So now we go all drawables is drawables slice, and we say for D in all drawables. We switch. I don't need the all drawables. And then we switch on the union type here, or we switch on the union variant. Let's maybe do like this. Hello, Franz Brummer. So this is our little put the Swedish letters in there. I program with English keyboard layout, or American I think it is. And then, but I also have Swedish keyboard layout, so sometimes it's in the wrong one, so suddenly because the colon symbol, this one is on the same one as the Swedish umlauted O, like that. So sometimes it's in the wrong one for some reason. So if the source rect in the drawable is empty, then we do one thing, otherwise we do something else. Or rather, it's not really that, it's if the width is 0 or d.source.height equals 0. Then we do rl.draw. We're gonna sort these also. I'm just gonna make it render first. Draw texture. V d.text d.pos rl.white. Then we go here. And for this one we use rec instead. Then we need a d.source. That. This one we don't use yet, so we don't need to implement it really. Notice it now, the cat is back because it's being drawn. I'm still not behind the tree or anything, but we can sort now the. How do I sort things? Sort. Well, that was not what I wanted to do. Yeah, there is a slice.sort. Yeah, you take a slice.sort by. So we need to import core slice. Go down here. Go up. Slice.sort by. And then we take all drawables. And we need a proc here. How is it now? Something this, I don't remember if Odin supports like inline created procs. I talked to someone a bit about this yesterday, but I didn't really arrive at any good conclusion. Let's just try proc. What does this want? What do you want here? Okay, it wants the approc that takes ij of type drawable. Which kind of bool is it? Is this allowed? Turn false. Ugh. Yeah. I don't think this is allowed. Wait, where is it? Yes, it is allowed. Okay, so you can do an anonymous proc inside here, like that. That works fine. Bobbytronics asks, any downsides with Raylib so far? I would say maybe when shipping Cat and Onion, there was a few bugs related to DPI scaling. Like if I run my computer at 150% scaling, it was a bit buggy. I fixed some of those bugs and put them in as PRs. So that's good. What more was downside with Raylib? I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Raylib. I mean, I made my whole last game using Raylib, and I wouldn't have been able to make it without something like that. Because I love just having a programming language, just a small program, and then it uses a library like that to draw. Maybe the way like whenever you need to look at the code in Raylib, it uses like GLFW. Like I preferred if it was a bit more, the implementation was a bit more low level, maybe. Like, you know, if it on Windows created the Windows manually, so it didn't go via these other libs, because then it's a lib using libs. It's nicer, I think, if it make a lib and then it uses some APIs, but it works fine, really. It's just a bit, it makes it less fun to look at the Raylib source when it goes into another lib, you know. What more? I mean, it's not, Raylib is quite high level in a sense. So if you need like a super high control for performance reasons, then you might be better trying something like Sokol. Sokol is more like a abstraction of like your graphics API. So Sokol you can do like, okay, you can open a window and look for input, but then the actual drawing looks more like, I think, like DirectX 11 or something, but it's actually behind the scenes. It's sort of like might use GL or DirectX or Vulkan. I don't know which backends it supports, but it's more for sort of like, here's a list of triangles, draw them, here's a UV. Then you can do, you know, more optimized stuff. So I would say, I mean, Raylib is great for prototyping and shipping games that don't have, where you don't need super high level of performance control. But if you're making a simple game, then your game will still run. Like, I think Cat and Onion on this computer runs at like thousands of frames per second. So, and I can run it on my mom's like 10-year-old computer and at 60 FPS. So it's like, it's fine really. But if you're doing like, you do like a game with an amazing amount of particle effects, or maybe you want to have more control over instancing, for example, then I'm not sure how good it is at that. But okay, so this sort by thing wants a procedure that says if I is less than j. So essentially something will be behind something if I return true here, I think. So if I.pos.y is less than j.pos.y. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the drawables. I must. It's a bit annoying. The drawables. The position is in here. It's not. I mean, I haven't even implemented the rect thingy, but. I'm thinking if I want a explicit sort key anyways at some point. I'm not really sure how to do these things really with the drawing and stuff, but like what's the best way to sort it, but let's maybe do like this for now. Switch I, switch J. Yeah, I know it's not declared what used, but this is not very pretty. See if I find a better way. Let's just see if I can get this to sort, and then I think a bit about sorting. I_y equals d.y. jy equals d.y, and then I'll just return iy equals is less than jy. Here we go. Yeah, it's not perfect because you see it's sort of behind up here, but that's because the middle of this one thing is here. And that's probably because you need an offset on your. You want an offset, right, on your things. So it's the position is here and the texture is offset a bit. So let's maybe do something smarter here. Funder says that they saw someone enable simple instancing in Raylib and showed off thousands of 3D instances. Yeah, I guess it's possible. I guess it's possible. I think still maybe if you are looking for super low level control, like I wouldn't like this. I wouldn't use Raylib for making. I would use Raylib for making games sort of from scratch, in a sort of sense, like that you just use the lib and the language and you do stuff. But I wouldn't use Raylib to make like a general purpose game engine or something. Then I would probably move to something slightly more low level where I can have more control. Funder says maybe add Z layer defines. I don't know what I think I need a sort key, and if I use the position, maybe I need a origin of the things. Let me see here, cause let's just do this. Ha ha ha. Offset is a vec2. And then whenever you draw something, you can say offset equals offset. This one we can say oh yeah, you can actually, I realize now, you can write Z 0 here. You can initialize a vector to a number like this. So you can say offset. You don't need to have like a vector. Like you can do this, but it's a bit ugly. But you can do that. And then you can do something like this. Yeah, so I don't think it's clear from what I'm doing here yet which kind of viewing angle this is. This is sort of like a top down, so it's supposed to be more like a Zelda thing, so there might be trees here and here and here and here. So it's supposed to be like you can, if you walk down on the screen, then you'll get behind things. Oh, it's starting to get bright in here. The sun is like, my face is like blown out on the video, but oh, might have to close the curtain a bit if the sun goes in my eye. We'll see. It's currently on the table here. So we take the offset and we add it to the position when we draw it, but we don't look at the offset, I think, when we do the sorting. Right. Did everything just move? No, I can't. 0. Yeah, sort of like old JRPG movement, like you say, top down side view. Yeah, it's we'll see how exactly how the camera angle is. I'm thinking like Link to the Past, you know, something like that. Not the Zelda one where it's sort of this cookie. Like in Zelda 1 you have this super strange camera angle where nothing really makes sense. But A Link to the Past sort of has a nice, it's top down but slightly angled down like that. I would still, I usually call any kind of camera where you only see the ground, I call top down. Like when you can't see the sky, I call it top down. Yes, Bobbytronics is like Pokemon. Yeah, something like that. Pokemon, A Link to the Past. Sort of that camera angle. All the 90s. I mean, you know, many. Also like all this. You have all these isometric games like Fallout. I'm not saying this will be isometric, but you know, those are also sort of the same kind of idea. What am I doing? I'm looking at drawing this, but with maybe an offset. Yeah, I'm gonna something like that. Sort by Y plus half size. Maybe. Why didn't that work? Why would this need a type? Maybe it got confused. So now this one, the other way. It's probably this thing needs to be a minus here. And this one is of course not this is the position, so it's 16, I think. Yeah, now that sort of works. So that already feels better. Now I can like run behind it. Okay, let's maybe what we can do here, instead of having a explicit offset, is this. I think a better idea is actually to have a, what's it called, like a origin, a drawable origin that is an enum that is like, you can be not dot center or bottom center. And then on here we just say origin, drawable origin, and then we take this and la 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 la. Maybe we even take this origin and we say here like that, maybe. Or maybe we take bottom center as default. We say origin like that, and we can take this one and say origin like that. Then we go back here, and then we say bottom, what do I call it? I don't even need to do that anymore. And now there's no offset, but we will calculate an offset instead. So we'll say offset equals like 2, and then we say, actually I think the default here is that it draws it in the upper left corner, so that's the default. That's not useful for almost anything. Either you want in the middle or in the bottom center. So you switch on d dot origin and you say case center, and then you say offset equals minus d dot text dot width and minus d dot text dot height. Something like this, maybe. Oh, that's not even correct syntax. And then we say case dot bottom center. And this one then will be, oh yeah, this will be half. Put the half outside, half in here, put the half there, and then we do the, for the center we do the full one here. And then here we just say offset instead. Oh yeah, the minus should not be here. The minus is part of the offset. Here you go. Now the camera is looking a bit funny because the camera is looking weird. Let me draw a debug thing here. rl.draw circle v d.pos 1 5 rl.yellow. So this is nice because now you can see where are actually things in the world. So you see the it's a bit big. the tree is there. That's what I want. And this is good, you know, check your assumptions. What are you doing? Like the player, maybe I want to be in the middle here, but it's not. So why isn't it? And it's quite obvious when we look at this stuff, because the offset looks at the whole texture, but this texture is actually too big because it has a source rect. So I'm gonna do like it's a bit messy this, but okay, let's just do like this for now. And if you have a source rect, then we just look at that instead. There you go. Now it moved to the center there because it looks at the rectangle here instead. Not sure if that's a good idea, but that's what I did. And this kind of stuff is quite useful to have, like a little circle that you can enable, like a debug printing to see a debug output. We can even do like this. We can be like, oh, bool, debug drawing, debug draw bool. We can go down to maybe game update. We can say if rl.isKeyPressed.f2 or something, then we flip this flag. That. Take the debug draw stuff and we go here, and then we can say if. Now we can enable and disable it like that. Okay, that's good. Let's I'm gonna look at making this a little nicer soon, because all this, like this switch in here and this rect isn't implemented, you know, it's all getting a bit, as they say, it's all getting a bit how you doing. Let's add another tree just to make it looks nice. And oh, that you're too close, man. Wait, something is wrong here. No, it's not. I'm just looking at the size of stuff. No, like now you have this. Ooh, I mean, like I'm a cat in a forest. Meow, meow, meow. This looks like a Pico 8 game because it's square. Do, 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 do. Hello. 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 Bombitronics asks, regarding your thoughts on Raylib, would you wish for a more lower level version of Raylib, but with no libs, all from scratch while retaining the ease of Raylib and editing of the source code? I mean, it would just be nice maybe if Raylib didn't use, like, you can choose it if it's gonna use GLFW or if you're gonna use SDL sort of for you can choose that, but you know, if I had made that lib, I would probably have on Windows gone straight to the Win API, and on Linux I go straight to whatever it is. But I don't wish it to be more low level, in a sense that I want it to have the functionality it has right now, because it's, you know, it's that's what it's good for, because you can just do stuff quickly without having to set up 1,000 like render passes and defining what, like, it's just good for drawing textures on the screen and stuff. Yeah, I mean, it would be fun if it was. I like old libs written in Odin also, that because then I can just jump into the source code and change it without having. I mean, it's always fun when everything is in the same programming language. So I mean, if I had Raylib but written in Odin and without no libs but similar, like the high levelness of it is similar, then that would be perfect. But one of the reasons Raylib is so good is because many people use it and it's available from many languages. That's why it has been able to sort of perfect it in a way or something. So that stuff is a bit hard. It's a bit hard to say what one actually wants, because I could be like, oh, it would be nice if it was written in Odin, but then maybe fewer people would use it and it wouldn't be as good because it doesn't get all the testing and all the nice use cases that people have thought about over time. Okay, so our silly cat is behind a tree. Am I making a cat game again? Who knows? It's funny that it has sort of the same. You know what, since we're already using this one, let's actually take the color from the palette, the actual color. This is the same color palette as we have in Cat and Onion. Is that the, wait, is there something go wrong? Is that the, well, help. $116, $163, $63. It's a bit too dark for my taste, actually. But I will probably, maybe for this game I will try to make a color palette myself. Like this one in a sprite here. This one is the one I use for Cat and Onion, which is it's called Retro Cal 8. It's this one. You can almost see, like, this is made by someone called Polyfrog. This is just on lowspec.com. This is an 8 color palette. This is all the colors that are used in Cat and Onion. And you can see here, like this example here, you can see if you played Cat and Onion, there's a slight inspiration from this sample image here. I was like, oh, blue sky. Maybe there's some brown stuff here and some green grassy things. You know, I looked a bit at this picture and I was like, maybe something like that. But my graphics is a bit more high res and stuff. I love when palettes have an example image that actually look like a game, so you can tell how it's gonna look in the end. Yeah, like stuff like this is super great, seeing how it would look with a background. I think that's much more useful than just having like this is great also. That's a quite nice little palette. I also like when I look at a palette, if I want to use it, I jump out and in and out of I make my whole screen grayscale and I check, has the person actually checked if the value of these colors are different, because otherwise for people with different color perception, it's just gonna be a mess if it's actually all the same lightness of color, but it's just different hues of it. But yeah, so I like when they do that. Okay, I guess the game is done now. No, let's look into maybe making this a bit nicer. The drawable stuff here. Maybe you know what I should do? I should maybe have I don't have any source control or anything. We used to git init. I don't need to push it anywhere yet, but let's see if this is the license. I will remove, because so if you use my the template I have on GitHub, there's a license in there and it's extremely permissive. It's like, do whatever you want, and also you can remove the license notice if you want to. You don't need to credit offer. I just want people to use it if they want to. There's no need to feel like it's gonna be a problem. But there is a license there just because people are afraid of using stuff if there is no license. So there's my stuff. We commit this and we say initial commit a cat and 2 trees. Oh yeah, there's no push yet. Why am I writing push? Whatever. Okay, let's make this stuff a bit nicer here. You know, probably what I want here is not to have any of this. I probably want an explicit screen height sort key, I think. Or do I? No, maybe not. But then we have the offset down here, and all this is a bit messy. Rescreen Scratch said you could also use a local rect that you set to full width and height if there is no source rect. Oh yeah, I understand what you mean. It just, yeah, maybe that's a good idea. So we can do like this. Source is a rect. Sources, and if it's the case that there's no width, then we say source equals then we steal the width and height from the texture. Then we do this, we remove this code. Then it always goes via this one instead. That's what the person meant, which is... Well, it's a bit... I don't know why I call it text. D.texture width and height. Now it all disappeared. Oh. Sure why, but we'll figure it out soon. Because it uses d.source here and here, and this one should of course be wait a minute, d.source, and this one is like, okay, if the source.width is this or that, then it says yes, now it works. Okay, good. Oh, almost dropped my coffee on myself. Okay, Okay, so now it's just one. Now we removed some of that stuff. We still have the origin stuff here. Someone said if you plan to do complex objects like a tree, trunk of a tree, and leave separate from parent objects, then vector offset will work, but enum will give you troubles. Yeah, I can see why that would happen, because yeah, I understand what you mean. I think it's maybe you can use the enum on the sort of here on the when you draw it, but then so maybe, and this is actually a good idea, I think, to be simple in the sense that let's just do this. We just do d.offset. So we take all this and we go to drawable here, and then we say the offset based on the origin is this, and then we feed the offset into here. Same thing here, offset. That. Yeah, because this one doesn't have offset, so we do like this, and that's now does the same thing, but it doesn't. You can now, if when I need to, I can make a variant of this that directly takes an offset. I could also, instead, you know, of all this, I could also have like a offset from origin or something that takes, like, you know, returns a vector based on this enum or something, but we'll see. Not so important right now. Now the only thing I want to fix, maybe let's add a rect, but it's I shouldn't leave this like this. Drawable rect is it's a rectangle. Do I encode the position in there, or do I have, yeah, let's just drawable rect like that. Draw rect is a so it's quite nice to make this a kind of indirection between your code and the Raylib, the actual drawing code, because then you can, there's two things. You can add like sorting like this, because you get a list at the end just in your draw proc here that you can do stuff like this with. The other reason is that it's nice to handle all the drawing in the draw proc, but sometimes maybe you want to queue up something for drawing in your update code, but you don't actually want to draw it there yet because you need to do the sorting later. So it's just, you know, a unified way to sort of draw stuff that you can from within. Like, usually it's best to draw as much as possible from within the draw proc here, because otherwise you can't, for example, run an update proc twice, because it will draw it twice then, or something like that. But sometimes maybe you have some complicated UI code where it's very annoying to cache the state and have to go in draw and sort of get the same state. Like, sometimes you know exactly what to draw and it's a bit annoying to get that information. So then maybe it's nicer to, from within update, queue a draw. Maybe you need to draw a rectangle in your UI that's exactly a specific size based on your, like, if you do a bit more of an immediate mode player UI, for example, then maybe that's good. What am I doing? Yeah, we're drawing a draw rect. Rect, color. Let's be all like that. Add drawable rect, and the rect is R and this color is C. Is that what's in there? Color I didn't have apparently. I like having my little that. One reason I like that is just so I don't have to import Raylib everywhere. Do I even need RL in here? Oh no, I mean, yeah, the drawable doesn't even have RL Raylib imported because it just uses the stuff from the Raylib helpers here. That's all good. Gotta get my last sip of coffee. La 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 la, doo-da, doo-da. Also in my little template, just so you know, there is both a build hot reload, there's also a build release. Build release will make a game release exe, which does not have the... Wait, does it actually build release? Yeah, it links Raylib statically, I think. Yeah. And then it also doesn't have the hot reloading and stuff, because that's something you only want in while developing. So this one is, I can run this, it's the same game. This is the release mode exe. This is good, you have both there. Just so you know. No. What am I doing? I went and fetched coffee and then I was doing the rect drawing. I mean, I just want to implement that since I put it into the stuff. Draw rect. 00/2020 rl.red. Okay, and then we just need to draw it also. rl.draw rectangle rec d.rect d.color. There you have it. There's your rect. Now the rectangle, of course, has position in the upper left corner. But let's worry about that later. I just want to put it in there. Okay. So let's do something about this now, this sorting business. I mean, one reason also it didn't sort the direct was that this does nothing. But I'm just thinking, what's the... What's the... I can keep it like this for now. Let's do something. Let's do something more fun. Wait, the player has a very weird... Why are you like this? I had some code there to fix this, but now it's... Hello, fix. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, maybe this code. Fix is saying, oh, more cat ventures. I thought you were working on a trolley game. No, I'm just prototyping really. And the train game I worked a week on that, but then at the end of that week, I felt like, I don't know where to take this. And then, it's good to you try something else. And then you save that in source control, you try something else, and you let it marinate for a bit. I think it's good to maybe you do a few different game prototypes, and then you try around. So this is more of a top-down, Zelda kind of game, or something like that. Some kind of top-down adventure. What I don't want to do is the main thing I don't want to do. I don't want to do another side scroller, because I want to do something different, and I think even though my game had some good marketability because of, like Cat and Onion had some good marketability because of its being a slightly different side scroller, it's still not. It's a very common, indie side scroller game. So I want to do a top-down game like this, perhaps with a bit more puzzly things or something, or exploring, and there's some dialogue and stuff, and maybe some abilities to, my favorite example is like in Zelda, you find a bomb, so you can, or is the bomb, you find something to crack, you see cracks in the walls, and then you can run back and open all those and stuff. I like all that stuff. But we'll see which game, some game wins in the end. Okay, why is my cat at the wrong position? It's probably very obvious, because I draw this texture with a rectangle and I say, okay, here's the source rectangle. Okay, it's because of this. If source, it needs to use, it should never use the texture here. It should use source rectangle. There you go. Yay! Right, let's implement something more. I want dialogue in my game. Let's do like the simplest kind of thing here. The first kind of game mechanic you implement is, I want to focus a bit more on dialogue. Maybe this will be the Disco Elysium, but it's like the Disco Elysium of cats or something. Who knows? Oh yeah, wait, I just wanted to fix the camera also, because you see the camera, I don't think this camera is centered anymore. And that's not so weird, because we're in the wrong file. Camera, game camera. This one just looks at the player pause, but the player pause actually maybe it's like that. No, the other way. Maybe it doesn't need to go. Where does it? Yeah, I just fudged that in there for now. I need some thing here too. I know the player this is correct for the player. Disco Elysium, but cat sounds like a game for me. Fix says in the chat. Yeah, maybe. I don't know how to, like, Disco Elysium is a bizarrely dark and political game. I don't know. It's maybe slightly less, maybe more whimsical and less dark. Who knows? But stray but spicy. Yeah. Stray is a funny game, I think, because Stray starts out like it's very cool, and it's cute and cool with this kind of the art style of it. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but what I can say is, for anyone who likes slightly scary games, the game that does, for anyone who doesn't like slightly scary games, it does get a bit creepy. And everyone loves Stray, and I think it's a good game, but there's lots of people who'll be like, oh yeah, I want to play a cute cat game, and then they play that, and then when they're so far in that they just want to see it through, then it all goes a bit like, oh my god, what the hell is this? But I kind of like that. It's sort of, it's always good to set the expectations and then deliver on them. And I think the expectations is straight, that you're a cat and you can climb around and there's a button to meow. But then that kind of dark twist to it is, it somehow works. It somehow doesn't blow the expectation. But I think Stray could almost have been in trouble, where it's sort of, people have a certain expectation and then they play it and they're like, I mean, there are people who have stopped playing Stray because it gets too creepy. But yeah. Anyways. Yeah, we fixed the camera. Good. Let's just do a little committedity here. Committadores. What did they even do here? It's just some offsets stuff. I don't have. I always try to push, but I don't have a remote repository yet. Okay, let's add someone to talk to. Who are we gonna talk to? Who are you gonna talk to? A duck. Okay, good. Oh no, I'm just painting the bird from Cat and Onion again, I realize. I didn't mean to do that. I was actually thinking of, in this game, instead of you being a cat, you can be a I was thinking maybe you could be like a goose or something, like the Untitled Goose game, but not like just going around doing stupid things. More like you're a goose that goes around and does the goosey things. Yeah, so I like Stray. I think you should check it out if you. It is surprising, I think, in what it does. It's not what you expect in some ways, but it also delivers on being a cat climbing around. But just be aware that it will have some. It's like a dark I guess it's like a dark cyberpunk game where you play like a cat that's also very cute, but it's still like some kind of dark cyberpunk thing. Yeah, Little Kitty Big City seems to be the cat goes around town, does cat stuff game, which everyone expected Stray to be. Yeah, but we'll see how. I hope Little Kitty Big City turns out good. From the marketing I see, it's like, okay, looks great. Will it be fun to play? We'll see. Because it's it's like this. Is there enough to do in the game? Who knows? We'll see. But it does look amazing. The marketing art and like all the screenshots and the stuff is amazing. Let's put this bird in. Oh my god, I'm just making the same characters again. It will be different, I promise. It will be a different camera angle than the last game. Where is my... Well, I need a bird texture. Yeah, let's just do it like this. Do I even unload the tree? I don't think so. Nope. Then we go back here and we can just draw texture gmem.bird vec2. Where should it go? It can be like at 40 0 maybe. There it is. Hello. How you doing? Let's make it. I mean, this is a bit funny. I've been doing this for 2 hours now, and I still haven't added any. I mean, I'm just walking around and rendering things. Maybe we add time to add some kind of action buttons and stuff. Burb friend, yes, it's the burb friend. It's very big. It's like, I guess it's like, it looks like a giant white duck, but it's big like a goose. Or something. No, I don't know what it looks like. I will make some kind of entity thingy later, but for now I think I will just make like a point that's like an NPC. This one will just stand here. So we will actually let's try. We do struct NPC and we say text and we say horrible texture. Very good. And then the bird is an NPC. And we say one thing I'm doing in this game, as you can see, is if anyone has bought Cat and Onion, the most surprising thing, if you look in the source code, which you get if you buy it on itch, is that game.odin in that game is like 12,000 lines. Now I split things up into files because I have OLS, so I can get code completion for procs in other files properly. Because I did a stream, I did like a 45-minute stream where I finally set up OLS because I never got it working before, but now it does work. So I have it. I can do like stuff. It already feels more organized than that game. Well, of course, so the later you are in a game, the less organized it becomes, maybe. But I can see that this is going to be more organized because I have stuff like this. What do I do here? I'm going to init the bird. The bird is a NPC that has a texture this. Good. Right texture. And then we draw. Maybe we can have like a Founder says, God bless the guy that wrote OLS. Seriously. Yeah. The author is in the Odin. There's a separate channel for it in the Odin Discord where you can send your praise to the author. But it actually works quite great. And it even works in Sublime quite nicely. I had some problem initially setting it up. But this time around when I tried, like you can see in that stream I did where I set the OLS up, it actually worked pretty nicely. I think it mostly needs some improvements to the instructions of how to set it up in Sublime. But I was thinking of writing a blog post maybe, like set up OLS with Odin in Sublime, something like that. Because it's just the perfect amount of magic in the editor now for me. I don't need a whole full IDE. I just want some basic completion, so it hints to me what exists. Let's maybe make a list of NPCs. So we have one bird here, and now we can use my so-called handle array. I talked a bit about this before, but a handle array is essentially
it's a statically allocated array where you have index-based handle instead of pointers, and the handles have a generation that makes sure you don't get bugs when slots are reused. So this is a handle here, and it's just a fixed size array like this. The only thing I would like to improve is maybe the unused slot. So currently it looks if the index of a slot is 0, so it loops through the whole array. But to find unused slots. Because you get holes when things is destroyed. So you have entities like that, and then some get destroyed, and then you want to reuse the slots, but you don't want to move things, because then the index, you can never move things because then the indices get messed up. So we can just do it like this. NPCs is a handle array of NPC, and it is, wait, how, with 3 R's, that's perfect. And I think this is a case where you don't get any code completion, but it's like this. This is because it's a generic struct. It has like, you can have put in some things here. This is how many, the max amount of NPCs. Let's put 128. I don't know. And this would be fixed size. You don't need to allocate anything here. It's just fixed size. Like that maybe. And this is good because then you can give other parts of your code these handles to your NPCs, and even if they you have some code that destroys sort of an NPC, then you don't have a pointer that's suddenly invalid in some other code. Even if when you have static arrays like this, because the handle array is just a static array like this, then you can essentially use pointers without, you can store pointers without any trouble, because they won't get invalidated, because this array will not grow unless the array itself is destroyed, but then you're in other kinds of problem. I still use handles because it's, you might destroy something in some code. Maybe it's like, okay, delete this NPC, and then some other code also has a handle to that NPC, and then something else is put into the same slot because it's reused, and then if you just used a pointer, then the other code would still be like, oh, but I can still do stuff to this one. It doesn't know it's been replaced. So if you have a generation, then the handle, like the generation on the hand, like in the handle array, will get bumped. So it's works nicely. Yeah, like I said, the only thing here that maybe I should improve is I should maybe have like, I was thinking to have like a free list, but instead of doing a dynamic one, I was thinking of doing something like n divided by 64 plus 1, and then have like a int or something, and then, or like a i64, and then I check the bits of this one, so I can check 64 at a time. So it's like, if it's any of these are 1, then I know like, okay, it's the index into this one plus the offset of the bit. Then you get a 64 times smaller free list. And there is actually something like this built into Odin. There is a bit array or something. This one, I think this does the same stuff, but it's a dynamic. I might just implement it myself. It's like dynamic and blah blah blah. Yeah, it is a nice pattern. It's having the handle with the generation. And like fixes in the chat, it's essentially the generation is like an ID. It's like what's the ID of this thing? Like you could have a global ID also of all the things. Like currently it's per slot, so the generation is for each slot it knows. Like I can compare the generation. But anyways, enough of that. Let's go back here and just add the NPC like this instead. So then we can say B is a bird. There's a texture that is... No, what am I doing? It's not supposed to be here. In game init. It's an NPC bird. It's an NPC that has a texture that's this one. And then we can say handle array add gmem.npcs bird. Like that. And I need to somehow handle the deletion of these. Actually, I can do that. It's a thing with these things is you can't just iterate over the items here. You can either have like a some check proc that checks for you, is this slot actually in use, or if it's not in use, like if you should skip that index, then you can do that. In my case, I've implemented a Odin style iterator, so you can do like this. npcs iter equals make iter, and then you say just gmem.npcs. What more does this need? Doesn't need anything more. And then I can say for n in hi. I think this is how you write it. I always forget the syntax. I think it's like this. You're right. So this makes an iterator, and this iterates it. And what this thing does is that it just is looping over it, but whenever it hits a handle that's 0, which is the slot is unused, then it just jumps over that one. Keep in mind here that the index 0, like the first element is of course would have index 0, so then that one is unused. But I never use the first one. I always, like you see here, when I add, if num items is 0, then I just add 1 to it and then I continue. This way, if you ever get anything, then this way you can return this way you can return a handle that is all zeros, or you can use the index 0 to mean like I didn't find anything. You can essentially use 0 as a return value for nothing. And then even if you take that return value, like say you have a proc that searches through an array and returns an index, and then you return 0, then that means that you should not do anything because the 0 value is never used. And even if you go and use the accidentally index with index 0 into the array, then there will be something at that index because it has made sure that there is something there. And I guess the only case if you run this add before, then it will not work properly. I didn't think of that really, but yeah, so it will then if you have some code that uses that stuff in the array, it will just probably do nothing in that case, because everything inside that item in the array will be 0, like just be empty. But actually it will work to, even if you haven't run HA add before, so this one hasn't gotten increased, even if you try to use index 0, it will still work because this one is statically allocated, so it still has some. You're not going to run out of bounds of the array, Oh, what I was doing here was I was doing this. Like that. And I do not need to free the NPCs array because it's statically allocated, so it's just part of the memory of the main memory. It's not, well, it's not static, it's how to say. It's inline. What's how to? It's a fixed size array, so the data lies sort of inline within this struct. This struct is as big as this array is. Okay. Right. So we add our, and now we can do the same thing here. We can say la 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 la. We can iterate over all these NPCs, and we can say draw texture, n.texture, my code is upset about something. Maybe I haven't used, I've rewritten this code. Yeah, I haven't actually used the supposed to be an int cast here and here. Oh yeah, this one is actually wrong. I didn't test it properly. I need to backport some stuff to some fixes to my template so that it works properly, because this one is, and the handle array is in my game template. Let's actually do that right now. Let's take this stuff. I have my template code here. Game template here. Here's the handle array in there. And I just paste that in there, close it, and then we'll go to game template. I can try running build hot reload. I realized that this one, I need to improve this batch script somehow, because it runs exit 0. And if you're running a CMD, how do you make a, am I just supposed to set the error level if I'm in a batch script and I want to return an error code without exiting like this? I need to Google this. This just got now I got derailed, but that's fine. Batch script return error code. Yeah, but how do I set it? What's exit/b? Ah, okay. Good. You're supposed to do like this. Oops. We'll fix that right away. I want it to exit with the correct error code, so that if you chain like build and then try to start the game, if with an and, then it doesn't continue if this one returns what this one does is essentially it checks if it builds the game. Actually, there's an error here. Yeah, this one, they should be like this. This one is like, if the build fails, then it exits with error code 1. But if the game is already running, like this, then it shouldn't compile the exe, because that will fail because it's locked. So then it should just return with the error code 0 here, because it's done. Otherwise it goes down here. And maybe this one should be like that. Right. I think this will work better. Yeah. No, it didn't do that silly stuff. I'm just gonna check if my... Well, I don't need to check that. Here's the git status. Check this. Yeah, I understand you don't want to learn batch scripting, but it's just if you're on Windows, it's the sort of native thing that will work for everyone. So if you want to release a bunch of code that just works on Windows with that you can just run something, then sort of what you have to do. It's funny that the Odin build script on Windows is a batch file. It used to be, they used to use make, but they ended up just preferring having a script that does it. Yeah, so the /b is, it only exits the batch file. If you just write exit here, then it will, if this batch file is not running as a separate process, then it will exit the cmd.exe. So why I started laughing so much at this was that I ran this file and then my command line just closed because it ran exit. Oh. Handle array fixes. Let's maybe, yep, it quit. If you do this in a batch file like that, then if it's not running the batch file as a separate process, it just quits the entire command line. It's just gone. So I'm just backporting a few things to my template here, to my game. Like maybe, let's see, what more fun do I have in here? It's just good to does this actually need oh, it just uses that one. Maybe I backport my these two guys also. Backport, I don't think that's a word. I don't think this will impact the oh, well. Maybe I'll remove, I'm not sure about putting the drawable stuff in there. It's a bit specific actually. But you need to init it manually. Yeah. But you know, if you use that stuff, you can just delete it. If you don't want it, you can just delete it. It's not depending on anything. What was I doing? Oh, I was doing the NPC stuff. So, okay, we have the bird there. right? So let's make it so that let's make it so that Thunder is asking, why not put the util files in a module called utils? Oops, I went into the wrong one. To me, I don't use modules a lot. I mean, to me, a module I would use for a separate library. Like Raylib is a module, therefore it is in Raylib. Because it's like but the modules, like when you make games, you tend to get cyclic dependencies because of some bad reason anyways, and then you can't use modules or packages. I just prefer having the whole game in one. The whole game is one package, just like, sort of like a C program. If you need to separate things, then you put some like you make sure the naming of the proxies are good, like this, just like in C. And and then stuff like Raylib comes in as a package because that's obviously separate. I tried to use packages for splitting up my game a bit more in Cat and Onion, but it always just ended in tears. So Cat and Onion is one package almost completely, the whole game. And I think that's a good way to think about, at least I think so, that a good way to think about packages in Odin is that the packages are for making a separate library. They're not for organizing your code within a project. Some people do that. I think it becomes too annoying because of how packages can't have cyclic dependencies. But yeah. What am I doing? Oh yeah, nearest NPC. NPC, so I want the nearest NPC I can talk to. Talk max distance. Talk max distance is what? Fix says my current side project is just one Odin file. Yeah, it's, I mean, I can show you. This is Cat and Onion. Cat and Onion has, if you sort by Odin files here, it does have a few separate Odin files. There's an asset storage, which is sort of where it loads the textures and stuff. This file is actually generated. I have my colors in a separate file. There's a dialogue system, and my editor is in a separate file. But then you get to game.odin and you see this kilobytes here, and this one is 300 kilobytes of code. So if you go in here and have a look and scroll to the bottom, then you see that game.odin in Cat and Onion is 12,000 lines, and almost all the gameplay code in the whole game is in here. That's just how I did it. But the reason I would have split up maybe more if I had OLS then, because it is a bit too annoying to not get any completion. But now I have OLS, so I'm splitting up things a bit more. but it doesn't. I mean, to be honest, I still use jump to symbol everywhere, so it doesn't really matter. Like if you, I don't really know where things are in the cat and onion code. I just know what the name of the procs are, and I can jump to the proc and look by name. I can write cat update and get to this one, and I know how the proc looks internally, but I don't know exactly where it is in the file because the file is so big. But it doesn't really matter. Yeah, Founder says clean coders shaking in their boots. Yeah, but one must also think that splitting things into files is a good idea, especially if you have other people, you're working with other people, because it is nice to be able to open a repository and just look. You just look at, like if you're new to a repository and you can just open a file, you know, like, oh yeah, the game has I was looking at the Open Transport Tycoon Deluxe source, the OpenTTD source code the other day, and you know there is a tile and a track file, and you can go in there and look. So if you never looked in the code before, it's quite nice like that. And it's also you will get less collisions with source control if you work many people. But if you work alone, then you can. It doesn't matter as much how you split it up, because you know what you probably know over time working on it, what the proc names are and stuff. Fixes wait, Sublime was cross compile, but then I remembered that's a plugin called All Complete. Yeah, I think I tried to use All Complete, so I didn't have to use OLS, but didn't get it to work really. But I'm quite happy. Like the two things I like with OLS is that I can get this kind of completion, and then I get also a little completion like this, and it even gives me the overload completion like this. I think that's because it's nice to see which parameters it accepts as well, so I don't have to jump into there and look. Those two things is mostly all I need. And then it gives me struct completion as well, which is nice, but that one I could live without. It's, yeah. How far away is the NPC from the player? The NPC doesn't have a position right now. I've been thinking if maybe in this game I should do like a Cat and Onion is not pixel perfect in the sense that you can like it moves smoothly and stuff, so it's actually it's a camera, and this is what this currently does as well. It's a camera that looks on it. But you know, it's not pixel perfect. If it was pixel perfect, then I could use integers vectors instead of float vectors to denote my positions and stuff, because it's full pixels. But I was thinking maybe, and then also what you can do is you can just render to a render texture, and then in nearest neighbor scale it up to your resolution and stuff. But I was thinking of maybe doing that, but I kind of, if you played Cat and Onion, I kind of like doing this crazy like transitions and stuff, and maybe I want to play some more with doing that, and those kind of require non-pixel perfect. I still try to keep the pixel size consistent everywhere, but every now and then I want to sort of zoom in on something or slightly turn something so it's a bit off the pixel grid. But the pixel size itself I think is good to try to keep constant. So I think I'm gonna go with this anyways, to have everything is actually it's not really pixel perfect, but I try to make it look like it is. Distance to player is the NPC from the player, gmem.player pos, and then we can do lean alg dot length. We can do like this. Length 2. This one is funny. It's because square roots are expensive. So what you can do is you can do stuff like this. I don't really need to do that. It's just an interesting thing you can do. You can run length 2 and then all your distances you can have multiplied by itself. So it's squared. But then it's actually a lot cheaper to check distances. But if this to player is less than talk max distance, nearest NPC distance. So I always want to be able to talk to it. That's my idea here. Nearest NPC distance is that. And this to player is less than nearest NPC distance. Here you must take care because you're checking what's the nearest distance. So then you must actually have the max of the F32. Otherwise it will never, because then it's already at 0. What's wrong with you? Player. Then nearest NPC equals this iterator is quite nice. This is the actual NPC. It's the struct, but you can also do like this, and that's the handle of it. So it's not the index. So if you look at the iterator here, it returns a value and then the handle. So that's quite neat. There's also a pointer version. If you need to alter it, you can use this one. What are you complaining about? Nearest NPC distance equals this to players. This is how you check how close something is. If nearest NPC distance is less than talk max distance, then we can draw a little. Let's do something fun here. Let's go in here and we draw like an 8x8 big talk bubble or something. There's an outline feature in a sprite is pretty handy. I would like 3 dots. I can't have 3 dots when I would draw like this. Canvas size 9. More pixels, please. Computers. Like that, maybe. Talk bubble. Draw. Yeah, let's add the talk bubble up here. So at some point I'm gonna add a system for textures, but so in Cat and Onion I had the textures sort of like separate. Everything was separate textures, like, right? And then I loaded all of them when I started the game, and then I could have handles to them, so I could sort of hot reload the textures if I updated them. In this game I am gonna have instead, I think I'm gonna have an atlas. So I have source textures, but then I take their name. I have a script that runs before that maybe takes their file names and makes that into an enum. And then it puts them into a big texture, and then it knows where they are. And if they're animations, it sort of knows where the frames are in the atlas. So it's like an animation is essentially a series of rectangles into an atlas. And then it can sort of do all that. So that's my idea. So what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna get some speech bubble in so you can say something, and then I'm gonna go have lunch because it is 1 o'clock here now, and I won't eaten a bit of brekkie. But let's get the talk bubble here. So that's why I don't have any nice asset texture managing central thing yet, because I'm probably gonna solve that soon somehow. Init, let's see here, talk bubble equals rl.load texture, and I still haven't. One thing I really wanted in my last project was to have an A sprite loader, so you can load .ace files and get the animation data out. I still haven't fixed that, but I think maybe there are some loaders some people have written. Maybe I can try using them, and maybe I want to adapt it a bit. But where is this talkbubble.png? Talkbubble.png. Okay. So then we go here and we go like draw texture gmail.talkbubble, and then we say nearest. So here you could also actually have you don't really need to have the handle here, because I don't expect the handle, like the handle is good for if you're used within a proc, you could probably have like a pointer here instead. So let's just do this. In that case, you barely even need a distance because you could calculate it. Yeah, there is. I mean, in ASprite, you don't even need a plugin to dump JSON. You can get ASprite has built-in stuff to output a JSON file next to the PNG file when you export, and you have everything in there. But I just thought it would be neat if I had a folder of textures that were .ace files, and I can just work on them, save, and then just update in the game without having to do any kind of export step in between. So I don't need to have them separately like that. At least I thought that would be neat. So let's do a pointer iteration instead. So we get the n now is a pointer here. And then we say like this maybe. Oh, nearest NPC. Oi, it's always bubbling. Interesting. Oh yeah, because the NPC doesn't have a position yet. npn.pos. So now the bird is there. That's wrong because I haven't set the position. I want the position to be 70,0. I need to restart to get there. And you see now the bubble appears. It's very cute. We can then go up here and tweak the max distance. Maybe it's more like 20 or something. Go a bit. Okay, that's a bit. Let's keep it at 30. And then we need to offset this. Let's just do my plus 0 minus 20 maybe. Bit too much. Minus 16. Bit less, yes. Move a bit sideways. less sideways. There you go. I mean, this won't work for, you have to have an anchor position for NPCs later when they have different textures and stuff. But, you know, that's good enough for now for the first little thingy here. Quite cute. You can go in front of the bird and behind it. I mean, here's an explicit sort thing, you know. You want the bubble to be always behind always in front of everything. We can look at that in a bit. I think what I will need to do is, so maybe, you know, that's why I didn't fix this really, because I have sorting here, but I'm using the Y position. And I didn't fix it because I wasn't sure exactly what I needed. Now I'm more like, okay, I either need to use the Y position in the world or I need something explicit. So we probably need a separate sorting thingy here that's usually set to the Y position, but then I can override it or something. But we will look at that later because it's not the most important thing in the world. Yeah, I can go behind the bubble. Let's this is in draw. Well, having this in draw is a bit weird maybe, because it can be like that for now. Well, actually, no, let's move it. Let's take this stuff. Take this stuff and move it up here somewhere in the update proc. And the only thing this one will do is it will draw the NPC. It doesn't even need to be a pointer anymore. And then it can also do like this. Maybe we do like this. H. If NH is the handle. If the handle is the same as gmem dot nearest NPC, then we draw the bubble that. Yeah, Thunder says, I guess having the bubble's origin at the same place as the NPC would work okay. Yeah, so yeah, that would work. I don't know if it was you who said it or someone else. No, it was Dennis said that maybe the vector offset will be better if you have more complex objects, and this is exactly the case where I have used an enum, so I can't do that right now, but we can fix that in a tiny bit. Nearest NPC is a handle to an NPC, and here I should use a handle because I mean, I'm storing it. Maybe accidentally I store it between frames or something. So let's just put that there. Nearest NPC. We can, at the start of this one, we can say gmem dot nearest NPC equals nothing. Reset it. And is there like a I used to have like a handle none, but since in this project I have made this is an interesting thing you can do. You see, this handle takes a type ID. It doesn't use a type ID at all in here. This is just so I can make type safe handles because you must supply this, but it doesn't actually use it for anything. So this thing like for an NPC, it returns a handle NPC, which is nice because you get type safe handles, but the thing is actually using index and generation. But that means I can't just do a handle none because I don't think I can do that because yeah. But I have this thing also where you can, yeah. It doesn't really matter. You can just check if the handle is empty. Like this. It would be nice just to have write like this, I think, somehow. Handle none or something. But whatever. Nearest NPC is this one. The nearest NPC should be that one. Is that all I need? Oh yeah, this should be a handle instead. I don't need a pointer anymore. And this one is not you. This should just be removed. No, wait. So this thing here now checks like if is the nearest NPC and stored in the gmem, is that the same as this one? So this is when you're drawing the NPCs, you sort of loop over them. And now, well, that still doesn't work. That wasn't the point wasn't to get the offset working. I will fix that later. Now I want it to be able to press spacebar or something to talk to it. If nearest NPC distance is less than talk max distance, if rl.is key pressed dot, what is it called? What is it called? Space. Use the space bar. Biggest button on the keyboard. That's our use key. Then here somehow I want to talk to this thing. It doesn't say, I don't have anything to say yet. I can just be like, it can say something. If the nearest NPC is actually, you can do this even. You can check, is this a valid handle? Because then also if, yeah, you can just do that. Nearest NPC, yeah, talking to doesn't exist, but whatever. Talking to is a handle to an NPC. This one here, we have another bug. I mean, I haven't tested this procedure. Cannot compare expression. Mistype match int and u32. Oh, this is wrong. I think I don't even need this check. I think it's just, yeah, there you go. So I need to fix this one in the, I didn't test everything correctly in the game template. Like everything that's running in the template works, but I didn't test some of these things correctly. Let's go back here. We close that one. And then talking to... Yes, so now we're talking to something. We go up here. We press space and we start talking to it. So if we have a valid NPC we're talking to, we just split this up like this. If we're talking to a valid NPC, we can put this in the draw code here. Then we say we need a drawable. You know what? I'm gonna remove from the game template, delete drawable, because this is not gonna be the same for every game. I only want things in there that are the same for every game I make. Remove drawable.odin. I think this should still work. Damn it, the animation uses it. Oh no. Yeah, this is why the animation draw should only return a rect. I'm gonna fix it like this for now. Like I said, I'm just sometimes I port things back to my template that I think are good, since I sort of, that's where I started from, and if anyone wants to use that, then it's good if it works properly. So I have like I said, the template I started from has hot reloading working from the start, and it has hot reloading working from the start, and it's is some Odin with Raylib basics, is example stuff. But it's just a thingy to quickly get up and running with making game with hot reloading enabled, essentially, with Odin and Raylib. Compile fix in animation.odin. Okay, back to my game. I want to draw text. That's why what I'm doing here. So we add more here. Drawable text. This is struct text is a, and here it's a bit of a Raylib wants your text to be a C string because that's what it's gonna use. And Odin uses, I mean, maybe it's best to put a C string, because otherwise then at least I get less temp allocations right, because I can format the text correctly from the start instead of, yeah, I think that's better. So this is just some text. We can draw that position. The text, yeah. So we put that as part of the drawable. Then we say draw text down here. Yeah, actually, like Fix said, every time you see this difference, like so, that's actually a downside of using a C-lib. That Raylib is written in C, so it expects C strings, and those need to be null terminated. Odin strings are not null terminated, and since the null terminator is part of the string's data, then it is at the end of the array of letters. So it needs to allocate stuff. So then you need to use a temp allocator to take your Odin string into a C string to able to feed it into Raylib. If Raylib was written in Odin, for example, or a language that used strings with an explicit size, then everything would be nice. So that's maybe one of the biggest downsides of using Raylib from Odin is the C string stuff. You say you notice that by increasing the font size it would start jittering. Do you mean in the template it looks crazy? Can check what you mean, like this thing here. Oh, okay. In your code it starts jittering. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I didn't see your message before. Oh yeah, I ran into a fun issue with my prototype. How do we go about drawing a text that increases over time? Okay. Yeah, okay, I see exactly what the problem is. So you're saying that when you are increasing the size, your text sort of starts shaking as it grows in size. Right. If you... I think what you're seeing is not so much... my guess is what you're seeing is not so much a problem with the text rendering as it is... I guess you're having like a pixel art thing and then you're kind of scaling it and moving it. Whenever you move and scale pixel art like that, you can get jittering. And I mean, you have good examples like the... like this stuff. Let me see if I can find one of the nice ones. Like you have, for example, this shader toy here, and you see on the left side is sort of jittering when it's slowly scaling, and on this one it's perfectly stable. Yeah, I have a video on this. It's not the best video because I don't really explain how the shader works because I wasn't totally comfy with the details of it. So I'm more of hand wavy, sort of like shows it. But you see this one is jittering a lot here, and this one is completely stable. And that's just what you need to do is read this article here. You go to this address here, or Google pixel art filtering by Joe Wren. And you essentially apply a filter, a shader on everything you draw. With Raylib's textures, you will run into a bit of problem because you need pre-multiplied alpha for this to work. So you need to, I think you need to slightly modify your font texture or something after it's loaded. This one is made by Bengulus. Is the Ben D7 Samurai? I don't know. I mean, this article is great. It explains the background, but then it gives lots of different implementations of these filters. These filters are essentially whenever you want to draw something, it has a UV to that it uses to draw stuff, but it clamps the pixel so it looks inside sort of the middle of the pixel somehow instead. And then when it scales, it doesn't get so jittery. But then all the different variations is usually what happens when you have two pixels that are right next to each other. How does it handle that overlap? Because it uses some funny stuff to make it work properly. But it is a bit... The annoying thing about implementing this is not... I mean, you can just take the shader, put it in, and then draw everything in Raylib with this shader enabled. The annoying thing is that you also need to, on all your textures, enable bilinear filtering. I know that doesn't sound nice for pixel art, but the filter sort of repixelifies it, but it needs bilinear filtering, and then it also needs pre-multiplied alpha, otherwise you get weird black outlines because of how the alpha interacts with things on the screen. So that's the annoying part of it. You need to put on bilinear filtering on all your textures. That's pretty easy. But then you need pre-multiplied alpha on all your textures. So then you need to make sure that the alpha is multiplied into the color of all your textures. So when you load them, in my case, I didn't have any. I only had full alpha or none at all. But if you have any with the text, you will run into problems because the text usually has some half opacity in the edges. So then you will need to go whenever you load a font. I have a whole stream where I fixed my font rendering in Cat and Onion, where I ran into this problem. It's a very funny stream because the solution in the end is very simple. It's just that I needed to, after I load my font, I needed to load it as an image and then loop over all the pixels and multiply each RGB of the pixel by the alpha. And then you get pre-multiplied alpha on the font texture. Make sure it's in bilinear filtering mode, and then you use a filter like this, and then your text will be absolutely jitter-free. But yeah, scaling pixel art is a bit of a... It's essentially like an anti-aliasing filter, you know. But yeah, but I would recommend reading this. That's sort of the people naively just try to use the filter, but they might not know about the other stuff that they need to have all the textures with bilinear filtering on and use pre-multiplied alpha. And I think for pre-multiplied alpha, you both need to, in Raylib, set blend mode. You go to a begin blend mode and then you say alpha pre-multiply. You set it, everything uses this blend mode, and then you make sure that all your textures have the alpha multiplied into the colors. And you also do it for the font after you load it. I think I have in Cat and Onion it's actually in the asset storage, I think. Yeah, so this is the code I wrote on that stream. What it essentially does is it takes a font, which is a TTF font, and then the size I want for the font, and this is what Raylib does internally, but I ported it to Odin, and it loads the font data and checks if there was any glyphs in the font data, and then it generates the font atlas, which is sort of the texture, I think. And then this is the pre-multiply alpha. So I take I go over all the pixels in the whole atlas, and I say it's a grayscale image, so it only has gray and alpha. So I take the gray part, which is this, and multiply it by multiply the value at that pixel by the alpha divided by 255, and then some casts here to get it all correct. This pre-multiplies the alpha into the font, which is grayscale, which is why it looks a bit funny. And then I load a texture from that image, and then I set it to bilinear filtering because I need that for the texture filtering. And then this stuff I think is to get the separate glyphs. I don't know if that's really needed, but and then I can unload the image because it only needs the GPU texture. So this is what you sort of need to do to get pre-multiplied alpha into a texture in Raylib. Let's do this. Let's go to the GitHubs and create a new gist. And then do like this. Load TTF from memory pre-multiply alpha.odin. Loading a TTF in Odin from pre-mul and multiply alpha into RGB into the value into the color grayscale. If you want that, then if you ever need it and you have it there. This is just, you can just load entire file in Odin to get the data from the TTF. And then you do this, and then you can run with blend mode, pre-multiply, and use one of those fancy shaders, and then your texture will never shake again. And then your text will never shake. I'm thinking of putting that pixel filtering shader into my game template, because that's something I always want. So another example of something I will always want. Funder says there's like a 30+ sec delay on the stream. Yeah, I'm in the past. Yeah, it does. There is some delay. I think maybe Twitch has a bit of a slightly less delay. I think YouTube is a bit slower. So if you want to be super up to date, I mean, it doesn't really matter except for the cases where I post stuff like that, or if there is a very quick interaction with the chat, but whatever, it's fine. A drawable. Question here is if YouTube has a low delay option when you're setting up. Will it degrade the quality of the stream, or is it like I think the important part with a programming stream is that you can see what's going on. But I can try that for another future stream. So we have the text. This crap needs to be fixed. Okay, yeah, I'll try the low delay one someday. That's a great tip. Thank you. I don't really care about the sorting of the text right now. I just care about drawing it. rl dot draw text. Where is it? There it is. Is there like a draw text V? No, there's draw text EX. Ah, let's do like this. Sebastian says, nice. Another prototype, nice, thank you. And do you plan to reuse the dialogue editor of Cat and Onion? Maybe not, because as much as that dialogue editor was fun to write, I think it's over-engineered. I think I can actually use a text file and actually be faster, and it's gonna be easier to edit and everything. Because I thought that because of how it loops around, that it would be easier to use a... I will try first with using just a text file for all the dialogues, because it's like, you know, some nodes will be like, okay, it needs to loop back to another node so you can choose more options and stuff. But I think I can easily express all that in a text file. Or maybe I can have some kind of label that you go back to this one, and then it, when it loads those text files, it makes sure that all the labels are present and working properly. Yeah, just some format for that. The reason I'm... Wait, how do I think it's just an I32 actually. It's D dot post Y. The draw texture EX wants what is this? What went in? Font size. 8. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't draw any text yet, I think. Draw text. Hello. And then you say, maybe here we can do instead a get talking to comma OK equals a get OK. So this one takes a handle, and then it checks if the handle is valid, then it returns the thingy there, and true, otherwise false. So then I can do this. I can assign them in the if here and check the OK, and then I can be like draw text talking to dot pos plus maybe like that. Here we have even more things to fix. This everything is broken. See, that code doesn't even work properly. Yeah, now it says hello, but it's nowhere to. I think if I restart, I will go up to it. It says hello. That's good. I need to fix this one in the. I think this one is also wrong. That. Pop open the template again. Yeah, fix says game done. We got dialogue. Yeah, let's just move this one up a bit more. Too much. Like that. Amazing. And then we just check, we remove the bubble if valid, if the talking to NPC is valid, then it does that. So here we have, if the NPC you're talking to is valid and you press space again, then we say gmem.talking2 equals nothing. Now you can wait, why does it not work? To talk again, nearest NPC. Can talk to it again. It immediately, it goes in here and then immediately it, this is a classic, if I had an input system here, I would sort of say that this keypress was consumed or something here. But there are some different ways to do this. You can do like that, I think, then it will work. Okay, now yeah, so we're gonna make a proper input system later. But for now you can just do this. If action pressed, and then you but like, oh, it's not pressed anymore. Like that. Wait, am I stupid? Why doesn't it work? Why can't I? Boo. Oh. I don't really need to do this. If you are already talking to something, then you're of course already talking to something. Because if you're already talking to something, then space does something else. Here you go. Hello. Hi. You can only press if you're see the bubble. Amazing. Yeah. I think that's what Sebastian says. Like a couple of times you start something simple, but then suddenly you want more features and you tend to go towards a graphing. Yeah. I think maybe I could reuse the graph, but I would maybe make it a bit more streamlined. The main problem is when it's a lot of back and forth between two characters. Then you kind of want almost like a text field inside there where you can just say this character says this one's this. So a single node with lines back and forth. So we don't have to connect like this character says this and then you connect it to the next node and it's like, oh, this character says this. So you can have like a single node for an exchange back and forth. And then if some logic, you only need a new node when some logic needs to happen. That's not just going to the next line. Like if you have a choice in the dialog, for example. Okay. Amazing. I need to go eat lunch. I'm gonna try something new. I'm just gonna mute the stream and mute the video. And I'll come back later. I mean, I think because I'm gonna continue doing this today, but I don't want to since I don't want two separate streams. I'm just gonna have this one running, but I will mute everything and I will be back in. And I don't know what's best. If you could. So, thank you for watching. I will be back in a while. Yeah. So I will just mute my mic and the video for a bit. See you later.
La 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 la. Hello everyone. Trying to not be too loud, because I know when you return to a stream and start talking, you scare the shit out of people, because they forgot they were listening to this. I've had lunch. Now I have some coffee. Let's see. Thank you. I'm back. I wonder if I can change the latency of the stream while it's running. Nah. So I apparently my stream has high latency. Yeah, I scared you. Yeah, it's impossible to. It can be like, maybe you should start playing like soft music. You come back. All right. Let's see. Doing some slight microphone. Yeah, fade in some jazz. Yeah. All right. So I'm just adjusting things a bit here. So where were we? We have, I can run around like this. Here's my amazing trees. And I can go to this person and say hi. And then I can run around. So the question is what to do now. I'm just gonna write maybe that. Question is what to do now. So I can talk to this guy. I mean, it all depends also sort of which direction I want to take this game. What I do now. And that's of course a good question. I don't have a super good plan. I just know I want something sort of like a top-down-ish adventure with some dialogue in there and fixes. Now you make the cat an alcoholic detective and duck his partner on scene. Yeah. Nice. Someone has hung a rat behind the house where you're staying. You wake up after having too much catnip for a whole weekend. But yeah, so I'm thinking this should be like something you play with a controller or keyboard rather than a click around. We'll see. So we have some things maybe we should fix in the code here, but it's not that much. There's the animation code. Oh yeah, maybe I want to
I want to make the animation code so it has no dependency on Raylib except for the texture. In the end, there won't be a texture here at all. So this will be totally independent of texture. It will just be like a... there will just be like a red... chat. 2 weeks from retire meowment. Yeah, I also give up. Wait, I need to... I have OBS on my other screen here, and the thing is I need to hide the preview of my face, otherwise I keep looking at it. That sounds like some kind of... But it's just weird to have... You keep like checking on the picture, and then I look to the side like this, because now I'm looking at myself on the side here. And it's actually not very useful. I'm gonna do like this. Okay. So let's try to make this anime. So we used to do like this instead. We say this is the animation rect. Just get back a rect. So just return this. Don't even need. It's nice in Odin. You can you can just take the return type. I mean, you don't need to type the return type here. You can just do like that, like an initializer, like that. Here is the question if we should just return this or return a bool with a... we should return empty rect. Maybe I can go to rect.odin and I will do like this. Rect empty. I just like having names for these things. Like that. Alright, so now things won't compile. It won't compile. So we can type like draw texture gmem.player. Maybe we can be like this. Animation draw is not part of the animation thing. It's like actually out here, and it just takes a animation and a pause. Maybe this is a good idea. We'll see. And then we say source rect is animation rect a pause. Wait, the pause you don't need here. Yeah, Fix says in the chat that one thing that sort of struck them was that structs larger than reference size, larger than pointer size, are passed automatically by immutable reference. So in this case here, animation is bigger than 8 bytes. So this will actually be a reference, but it's a mutable reference. Same like const animation a. You know, you do this everywhere in C++ to get less copying, essentially, instead of doing this in C++. But in Odin, since the parameters are already immutable, you can't alter the parameters of the proc. Then you can just then it actually passes by reference whenever it is big enough. So you don't have to ever think about that. You can just pass by what looks like value when you don't need to change it, and if you need to alter it in any way, then you pass by pointer. So we do something like this. I mean, in C, I don't think in C you have any way. I mean, in C, not in normal C, not C++, you either have to pass by value or by pointer. And then you have to pass a const pointer or something. And it's all a bit unnecessarily. There are a few, like you could essentially get aliasing in Odin when you do this, because you might change an array. This may the reference might come from an array, and then you change the array somehow. But you had that problem in C++ also, just that it might happen because you wrote this. So this might, this thing might be a reference to something that could potentially change. So the only thing you need to know in Odin is that this happens sort of automatically. But it's 99% of the cases, this is exactly what you want. Draw, animation draw. Will that work? Yes, that works nice. Yeah, so then this one is now oh yeah, this one's still, maybe it's best to do like this. Yeah, so now this thing is actually more or less independent of Raylib. It just uses a Raylib texture here, but we can swap that out later. You could even change it to just take the size of the thing, and then it just it just logically does everything, but it doesn't know about the texture. But I'm not gonna do that now. Okay. Maybe I will take this stuff, and as usual go to my template and open animation and just put this in here instead. I also need to take the rect, because I added the empty rect thingy. Yeah, save it. There we go. Does it build? Yes. Does it run? Yes. Git commit animation doesn't have draw proc anymore. Okay. So we have that. Question is now if we should do some more dialogue here. Like we could do a little bubble, maybe put in a font or something. You know what we can do? We can do that, that stuff I talked about with the, because that's something I really want in the generic case. You see how this text here is, maybe it's less obvious when it's, but sort of when you're walking, it's sort of like shimmering here. That's again you will need some kind of pixel filtering to get that nice. And we can add that easily because I've done it before. So let's try. Let us try. So the goal here is to add a filter because currently these are point filtered. Essentially it looks at the middle of each pixel or something to figure out the color, and then it can start, due to it moving, these are sort of scaled up pixels, so when it moves around it shimmers a bit ugly like that. So we can fix that by we will steal some stuff from Cat and Onion for this. Cat game. Okay, so we will steal the pixel filter, and I will show you that file. And I might add it to the I might add this to the, what's it called, game template too, like always, like so that it's pre-enabled or something, or at least easy to enable. So you have this, right? This is a shader that will do, you know, this shader. This is the shader for drawing something in Raylib. Essentially like a pixel shader on a for whatever it's drawing. So it has a texture and it has a UV, the frag chord, or the UV it has. And then, yeah, exactly. I guess we're doing some. This is essentially like an anti-aliasing filter to get rid of the shaking of the text here when you move back and forth. And this thing here takes the UV. So essentially, the H here has one rectangle, and then this thing, the E here, is one rectangle, and it looks into a bitmap font. So that's the UV, is the coordinates within that. The coordinates in normalized coordinates within the texture. And then this is the resolution of the whole texture. Yeah. And this width here is a bias for what does this one do now again? Pixels AA. Yeah, it's move steps, pixels fract, pixels. So essentially what it does, it takes this is the actual pixel coordinate on the texture it's trying to draw, right? This one. And then it floors it so it gets the exactly which pixel plus a half, so it ends up in the middle of that pixel. And then it also takes out the fraction of that. And then it's move step, so it goes from, I think, essentially this one, it does some extra stuff here. This move step stuff is to make sure that recs that end up next to each other look nice. Yeah, and Transmutrix, if you go to this, you Google pixel art filtering by Joe, and you get to this blog article that goes through all this, right? And it gives lots of different people. I think this is the one I use. Yeah, it's actually I use Bengolo's implementation. We talked about this. Someone said this before. And there's a bunch of different ones. I think this is one of the simplest ones. It essentially just floors the pixel, and then what does this do? That pixel plus equals 1 minus clamp, blah blah blah, pixels per pixel. Oh, there's some kind of local. But all these things are a bit funny because they rely on, there's more to it than just this. it's not just the shader, it's actually that you also need to put your textures into bilinear filtering so that they get this sort of I think it uses the smoothness of how the texture looks to be able to do this work properly. And then you must also enable pre-multiplied alpha, otherwise it will mix the alpha incorrectly. We shall see all that now. Anyways, we take this one. I put this one here. This is the pixel filter shader. I'm gonna steal some more code from Cat and Onion for this. Hello, Ginger Bill. Welcome. And then we need to, what's another pixel filter? Steal this shader. Where is it? Oh yeah. Load shader. So we will do something like this. This pixel filter shader is an rl.shader. We go down to the init proc here. What does this stuff do? Okay, it's a vertex shader and a pixel or fragment shader. I will just do like this, type pixel filter.fs for fragment shader. Load that one. This should load properly. I think it loaded. What we can do then, we go to our draw proc and we say rl.begin shader mode gmem.pixel filter. Then we need to end the shader mode at some reasonable spot. Begin mode to the, guess I can include the camera in it, but end shader mode. So now it's using that one. But it doesn't work yet because it's currently see here. Yeah, it has a proper shader. Doesn't work yet because you also need the font to be set up correctly. Let's maybe pull in a nicer font here. I'm gonna find a font quickly. Wait. Two seconds. So here's a font that's a bit pixely and nice. I'm gonna download this one. Then I'm gonna go into my game. Like that. And then we're gonna go to game init. And we're gonna say here font equals rl.load font is vhs.ttf, right? Yeah. And then we are gonna go to draw. Where do we draw the text? Here. Let's draw text ex. Take the font. Then we have the string. And the position, we need a pose, font size and the spacing and the color. What is it complaining about? Ah. Here we go. So now it loaded that font and used it instead. You can still see that it kind of shakes. So now that we have that, we have a rep row sort of, well, also. Where is the, needs to be 1 pixel spacing. That was a lot. It's a bit funny font to me. Ugh, it doesn't look very good. Oh well. Let's make it a bit bigger so we see easily. Actually got whatever. Yeah, so we're already in our shader mode, and I linked earlier today, well, yeah, we can take my gist I linked earlier. I linked this load TTF from memory pre-multiply alpha. So there's two things in order to make this pixel filters work. There's two things. You need to be in pre-multiplied alpha blend mode, and you need to have bilinear filtering on your textures. So we take this proc here that I showed, and what we do is in game init, instead of all this stuff, we say font data is os.load. Need to import os. For OS. Excellent. Load. No, read entire file is name. And then we say is vhs.ttf, and we can load it with the temp allocator. I think you don't need the data. Then this says the lock. Okay, that's all we need. And then we can say load font from memory, load TTF from memory, font data. We can say maybe 8. What's the, oh yeah. And then we can say gmem.font equals like that. Right, and now we can go up here, and now you see, now this looks like something terrible happened to it. Maybe this one needs to be, what happens if I increase the size of it? Yeah, I mean, you can go as high as you want, but if you look at this now, it looks very crappy, like this text. It has this weird outline and everything, and that's because it is I am not currently in pre-multiplied alpha mode, so it's still a sort of, it's still sort of shaking. But if I enter rl.begin blend mode alpha pre-multiply, we go down here and blend mode, you see it was just snapped into. If you look at it now, it's quite nice and stable, the text. Perhaps some ghosting on my screen, but I think that's just, or is it lagging behind 1 pixel? I don't but it's a lot nicer. And that's that, I think, because this load TTF from memory, it goes through the font and pre-multiplies alpha into the texture. That's just so that the algorithm can work properly. However, our textures we have loaded are not let's just for now do something like this. Load texture proc file name C string, and it returns a texture. And this will just do this file name then it needs to set it into bilinear fill. That's so we get the font the same behavior on the, because I can show you like, okay, let me show you this. Not using this one right yet. No, okay. If we go to the game camera and we take the zoom and we multiply it by math.cos rl.getTime, something like that. Yeah, to import core math. Well, that's a bit extreme. We need to what's it called? Abs this. And perhaps I just want to show how it looks when it's shaking. So we have abs plus 1, and maybe we divide the whole thing by 2 or something, I don't know. Yeah, so it's quite obvious here that you have like this shaking outlines and everything right now. So if you go to load texture and then you set the texture filter on the text like this, and then we take all these, is that all of them? Oh, this one also. Reload that, restart the game. Yeah, now it's stable. You see there's no more shaking inside. Now instead you have these outlines here. And that's a problem because of it sort of looking a bit past the bottom. Up here it looks a bit past the bottom, so then it wraps around. I wonder if I can just set the texture wrap of text to dot clamp instead. Does that fix everything? Yep. So it seems to fix it. You can still get problems if you have animations. You can still get problems where you see bits of the next frame if they lie in the sprite sheet next to each other. That you can't fix with clamping. Then you must have spacing. Like inside animations, you must have 1 pixel in between each frame. Otherwise, you will get problems. But you see now that it's nice and stable. There's no like flickering around the outline. We can just compare it to like if you turn off these two, okay, it looks like crap now because it doesn't flicker now either, because you have a bilinear filtering on them. I mean, that's essentially, you know, if you in like 3D games, you know, they added all this filtering of textures like this so that textures at a distance sort of didn't look like, you know, they didn't get these shaky patterns in them. But with 2D pixel art, it doesn't look so good to just filter your textures like that. So you add the bilinear filtering, but then you add a shader after that to kind of get it back to being crisp. And this is how it would look without anything. And you see this just is shimmering and shaking around everything. And then you just enable back on, reset the game, and now it's perfectly stable. I think if you're doing a 2D pixel art game and if you're doing pixel perfect so that you render to a render texture that's the correct size and then you scale it up nearest neighbor, then that would be fine, you know, so that you can't stand in between pixels. But if you're doing any kind of like more modern sort of half, like I like my pixels to always be, everything on the screen has the same pixel size kinda, except maybe sometimes when something is shrinking or something is maybe turning, rotating, then it's good to have. In that case, I think you must have something like this, because otherwise, if you have lots of graphics, your whole game will be just like broke. It will look very weird. It will look like everything is sort of shaking. Let's get back to our game. Amit Kumar says, Carl, what's your opinion on branchless programming? I guess in shaders it's good because of how shader cores work, because in shaders whenever you have branches it gets less effective because they can't execute things in parallel as much. I mean, in shaders, just trying to not have branches is considered a good practice. I mean, that's just because of the bizarre multi-parallelism of shaders. But in gameplay code or, you know, any other code, I think it just makes the code harder to read. I don't know why. It's impossible to do branchless programming. You can pretend you're doing it, sort of, in a sense, by hiding things behind like fancy functional things that operate, like takes the return value of one thing and puts it into next. But I usually think that you start with the simplest code, and the simplest code is always just something like this, you know. Random command asks, break up with the trains. I was trying to do my train game, but I got a bit stuck because you know, it's a prototyping phase, so I was just doing a week on that, and then I didn't know what to add for gameplay, and I was spending a whole day. Friday last week I was just spending thinking, and I couldn't think of anything to do with it. So then I was like, on Monday I'm gonna do something else. Oh, there's two Bills in the chat now. This Ginger Bill and Bill Owers. Okay, So we have our nice pixel filtering now. That's nice. I kind of want to port that back to my game template. Because I think it's a nice thing to have in a... Like, I always want to have that. Too many bills. Yeah, no, is there such a thing? Multi-bill programming. You will get a... If you do multi-bill programming, it's very easy to get a billing error. Then your program crashes. Too many bills. Parallel billing. Right, so what do we do now? Now I added my pixel filtering. Hello, hello, hello. Bilinear filtering. Bilinear algebra. Something I would like is that there's sort of like houses you can walk into. But I don't like my games to have hard cut transitions. So I would like, you know, the kind of one where you walk into a house and then there's the roof just disappears and then you see the inside, and then when you walk out you see the outside again. I would like stuff like that. I also need some kind of collider on these trees. Let's start. We need a collider on the house anyways if we add that. So let's add a collider on the trees maybe. And to do that, maybe we should have some kind of let's just make some kind of object, kind of static object. It has a texture, and then the Thunder, yeah, you're the guy who looked at the Mac hot reloading. I'm just thinking, you know, with Handmade Hero, this is exactly what Handmade Hero did. There must be someone related to Handmade Hero who has done this in C with loading a dynamic. So I would say maybe you can ask, if no one here knows, maybe you can go into the Handmade Discord server or something, because I would be surprised if there wasn't anyone who ported Handmade Hero with the hot reloading to Mac, but I might be wrong. I see. Transmutrix has done it with Mac OS and C. So you can ask her. Because Thunder seemed to run into some kind of problem where it got confused because I think it was like as if it recognized some symbols in the old DLL that was already loaded, and it kind of just got sad. I'm cleaning up a bit here. I want to move the TTF stuff to a separate file. Package game. Font. Text. It's more like a font. Odin. Actually, this is more of a Raylib helper, actually. Load pre-multiplied TTF from memory is what this is. TTF rl.unload font gmail.font. Just cleaning up a bit here. And then we have our objects. So this is the trees and stuff. So we say static object. Can maybe have 120 of these as well. Oh yeah, that's what I saw. I saw someone use install name tool to just mess with the ID. So you could, I think what you can essentially do is you have your script that builds the DLL, right? And just after the DLL builds, you use install name tool to just mess up the ID so it becomes unique again. And then you do that. I mean, the game template I have on Windows, it leaks as well because it leaks as well on Windows. Like, I can show you the code. Like, this is the Windows code. So you see, this is the hot reload code. It takes the current game API, puts it on a list called old game APIs, and then it switches to the new one. And the reason it doesn't unload the old one is that causes so many problems. If you have, I try to avoid using function pointers, procedure pointers, so that's fine. But if you have taken a single string literal in the old DLL and for some reason stored it in a struct for some reason, and then you reload, then you unload the old DLL, then you're not going so well because the string is part of the static data in the old DLL. So you can't, like, unless you have very strict rules about how you program, it's very hard to unload the old ones. And also, if you're using a tracking allocator, the tracking allocator will store the location, including the name of there is some string data inside that the tracking allocator puts with the location. I think that the location, I mean, I don't know if it's a string, but it contains some data related to the old DLL, right? So if you unload that one, and then later you get a memory leak, like you shut down and you realize there's a memory leak, then if there's been a reload between when it was allocated and when it tries to print the memory leak, then it's just going to be garbage also. So you can never. So I think actually the install name tool thing is the correct idea then on Mac OS, because you want them to be unique. You don't want the DLLs to share anything. But what I do is when I do a full reset, which I do if the memory layer, if the size of the main game memory changes, or if I press my F6 bound to force restart. Force restart shuts down the whole game, resets the tracking allocator, and then unloads all the old game APIs and then starts over, because it does a full reset. It doesn't keep anything. it needs to do that sometimes when you ended up in a situation where you can't hot reload. So this is when I unload them. But I mean, it's gonna be fine. It's only for development hot reload, really. Yeah, but yeah, I think Thunder for the game template, I think the install name tool thing is the only thing you need to do, and then load the dynamic libraries, and then fix the make bash build scripts, and I think you're fine. Maybe. Stati object. Right. What are we doing here? We are writing position vec2, and then we want this one wants some more now. Import core slice. Right. And then it needs a collider or something. The static object. I was thinking these don't really need to be a handle array, the static objects. But I don't think my implementation of this is since I think it's fine. That's nice. Yeah, I will gladly accept the PR to the game template as long as it's sort of minimal, like I think it'll be fine. And you can add the name tool hack probably in the build script just after you compile the game dynamic library. You can just mess with it with install name tool. Or maybe, yeah, sometimes I think if maybe the hot reload code would be better if the hot reload code itself issues the Odin compiler call, and then you can tell it, please put the game DLL at this file name. So it says it doesn't compile to game.dll, it compiles to a unique name that's not in use. That will also make it so that you can use any debugger with it. Right now you can only use like raddbg because of it getting locked, so you can, like, the PDBs get locked when you currently, because they use the same PDBs. But yeah. Transmutrix ask if there's a good channel on my Discord, like stream discussion. Not really. Usually people chat in the YouTube chat, and then, but you can, maybe I can add something. I mean, I will, during the stream I will read mainly the stream chat anyways, but I understand it's good to have. Maybe I can add that channel. I will add a channel called stream chat. trying to put a funny emoji on it. Wait. I'll show you what I'm doing. I'm doing this. I'm always like, oh, stream. What's because I have an emoji in front of all of these. Yeah, maybe we don't need a channel for it, because we have the just throw it anywhere really. It doesn't matter. Maybe I don't need a channel actually, because I have because I won't check this during the stream because I would be too busy anyways. You can also make a thread on the stream if you want to. What am I doing? Oh yeah, we're doing some kind of objects with a collider. Very so let's add back the trees, but as objects in the object list. I kind of want to move the init proc. Whatever. Yeah. So we add to the handle array gmem.objects. We add a static object. The texture doesn't collide. Texture is the tree, and the position is, let's just try to get these at the same position. 2020 and 7040. Pos equals this stuff. 7040, is that it? 2020, 7040. Right. So you have that. And then you go back to the tree here. You remove these two lines, then the trees disappear. Then we iterate over all the objects. Blitzpark is asking, when you add two arrays by just using a plus operator, does that use SIMD under the hood, or when you do structure of array and add two arrays of that structure as well? I think like if you have a, I'm not sure exactly how it works, but I think it's built in that the array programming will use SIMD. Like if you can essentially represent a three-dimensional vector as three floating like three F32 numbers in an array, and you can add them. And I think we'll do SIMD stuff. But I don't know. Bill knows. Draw texture o.texture Pause. Oh, it worked. So these now come. No, I was just saying that you probably know what if the plus operator, when you add two, for example, if you add two arrays, like you add two vector freeze, does it automatically SIMD that stuff? Right, here's our debug output, and they're still at the correct spot. So now let's try to add in these colliders and handle that somehow. Whoops, I closed the game. I think that's the first time I closed the game since I started. I accidentally pressed escape. Sad. It has been running since 10 o'clock in the morning, I think. I don't think I've restarted a single time. Ah, and I closed the... I need to unbind that. It's actually in Raylib. Set exit key. So you go to game, init, maybe you do it even in init window, rl.set exit key none. Okay. Keyboard key null. Okay, sure. Restart the game. Yeah, now it doesn't. Yeah, I guess it leaks some memory. We can look at that. I can actually just press F6 and see the leaks, so we don't need to. There's no leaks, I think. Go to game hot reload. No, main hot reload. The annoying thing is that I would like, when it finds leaks, I don't want it to close the console. I want it to sort of stay there until I the stream is over because I closed the game. So, is this returns true if there was a leak? Can I somehow wait until I press a key here? I don't have Raylib. I mean, I can import Raylib here and just, but that's cheating. I've never done keyboard input outside of Raylib in Odin, so I don't know. I just want to like check for a press enter or something. How do I std in libc.getchar? Oh yeah, I think I have C here anyways. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Let's do that. And let's go make ourselves a little merry memory leak. I mean, there is some memory leaks in here related to Raylib because I don't free everything correctly, but that doesn't show up unless I... Here you go. And I press some... Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Actually, can I make... That's a thing I wonder. Can I make... Can I make Raylib internally use... I mean, some of it is it has GPU resources, and as long as those are only loaded once, it doesn't matter if I free them at the end or not. It's more of things that come and go. But it would still be nice just to fix... What's this? Mem allocator. Just be nice to sort of I guess you can't override the allocator in Raylib. Oh well. I need to get the I usually run the program sometimes with, like, on Linux. I ran my last game with Valgrind or something, and I found I had leaked some things from Raylib, because that one will find that, because I don't have a tracking allocator for stuff inside Raylib. I guess I'm gonna get some more coffee. I have a bit left. Okay. It was the colliders. How wide is the tree? It's like 32 wide. We can make it 10 high. So then we need to be like -16. I'm just keying in some numbers here for now. So this is local coordinates, the collider. So it's 42 wide, 10 pixels high, and it's up to a bit up to the left corner. So it's sort of centered on this. Wait, that's not correct. It should be -5 here. Ah, leaked. Yeah. What's happening? Why did that start? It was compiler. I must have a... You see, my game has diverged from the template. Because it needs to be like this. Otherwise it doesn't... I forgot this one. It doesn't return properly after that. It needs to return an error code if the compilation fails here. La. Where is it? Where's the game? Are you crashing? What's happening? Not sure what happened there. Okay. So let's go. I think usually the best thing is to the best thing you can do is draw the collider. You draw the debug stuff first. Draw rect. What's this? That o.collider rl.red. And this is all going to be wrong because they're all going to be the wrong spot. Are they behind a tree or something? I mean, I know that I need to do like this. O.pos plus collider. Well, not really. I need to do this. I have a rect add pos. So you can take a rectangle and add O.pos. Oh, there we go. They were used somewhere else. And that's actually just landed perfect, almost perfectly where how it's supposed to be. It's just that I should push it up a bit. Put this one on. It's super great. I have a hotkey I bound using auto hotkey that the window I currently have selected, it makes it always on top. So I can just press Ctrl F1 and any window that I have selected will get always on top. It's great when you're doing this kind of stuff. So I can just put the game there. Yeah. Well. Let's do like -8. And this one will do like 10, still big, maybe. Set. Okay, good. Another player needs a collider. Yeah, you can do always on top on Windows. I think you can. I mean, you can, when you start the program, the flags you send into a program, you can always say always on top, like as a parameter. The task manager, you might have noticed, is always on top, but you can do that with any program. So what this hotkey I have does, it just switches that flag on that window. I can see if I can find it for you. Wait. Nope, not those. Here it is. Always on top. You used to make action. I use, what's it called? This is auto hotkey. You just make an auto hotkey script that contains this, and then it will set the marked window. The selected windows is always on top. And I also have the behind my face on the stream. If I move, oh yeah. If I move my face, I have the chat behind there, and it's always on top. That's why I can look at I don't have to look at the side to look at the chat. I can just look at the screen. Yeah, here I have sort of, since I have my face down here and or the chat behind it, then this area up here is sort of dead anyway. So then I can have the game just kind of sitting there. And it's also kind of neat with hot reloading, because you can kind of, if it's something that you're working on that where the result is immediate, then that's cool. Let's make the players collider. We just calculate that one. We won't store it anywhere. Just take the we say return rect p.x minus 4 minus 8 p.y minus 4, say 16, and we say 8 maybe. I don't know. And then let's do like this. Player collider equals then we take the player collider, draw it red. You see that? Why did it? Why did it start the game again? Okay, something is wrong. This, let me go look in the build hot reload. This one is okay. So I start this, put it here, always on top. Then I press again, and now it worked. What the hell was that? Because what it does is just checks if game.exe is running, and then it yeah, I don't know really what it was doing. So one thing that's annoying with using pre-multiplied alpha is whenever you pass a color like this, if you just do like red 0 0 and then you do like 100 here, I think this is essentially the wrong color, because you see this one should be almost invisible now. There's 1 in the alpha, and that's because this one is not pre-multiplied. So what you need to do is at some point you need to pre-multiply those colors. we can do is this maybe. If ca.alpha is not 255, then ca.rgb times equals ca.rgb. Wait a minute. How will this do? Yeah, I need to go to my other game and fetch something from there. I have this glorious function that will take wait, isn't there like a rail? Oh, it's image alpha pre-multiply. Color pre-multiply. Can't I just do like this? Take one color and then we say would this work? That. So it's unclear when I'm supposed to do the pre-multiplication of colors, but you see now this one changed radically there how it looks. Just saw the difference. So now if I go down to 1, it's almost impossible to see, and at 255 it's very red, and I can do something like 75. It's one of those annoying side effects of using the pixel filtering, because you have pre-multiplied alpha enabled on stuff and then you need to fix so that it works everywhere. But it's not that bad. You just need to make sure it's in some reasonable places. Let's fix up that collider for the player a bit. Let's make it a bit smaller. Let's move it up a bit and then make it a bit smaller. Oh, that's too much. There you go. That would be good. Now we need to make this collide. And how do we do that in a good way? We're gonna do the actually this if gmem.debug draw, this is debug drawing, and then we can have a, let's make a colors file here. I like a good colors file. Package game debug red debug collider is a color that's 0 red green blue and then 75 maybe. Like that. This. There you go. And then we need to only do this if we're debug drawing. We can press F2 to see all those things at the same time. Now, if can do it like this. If o.collider is not rect empty. Right. Then we also need to do some kind of collision detection here. I've done this before. Let's look in cat and onion, see how that does it. It's somewhere in here. So the player code, here is some physics code. It essentially, I'm gonna steal this. And maybe after this we can make it so that the game, what I want to do for this game is make sure everything is, that the time step and everything works nicely from the start. Maybe we can look at that a bit later, because now I just copy this in here. I'm not gonna use all this code, but let's see here. We don't need to do that. Player collider we already have. We're not gonna loop over all those. The collider is, we check o.collider. So we check with Raylib if the player collider intersects that one and the height is not 0. Then there's something about the sign here. That's because this is because it's a 2D platformer game, so it has all this grounded stuff. I just want to do this. I think that's correct. So the fix is essentially the overlap between these two. That. So and I will do this. I don't know if you really need to do this in, I mean, in a 2D platform where you have physics falling, it's nice to split up the x and y so you get deterministically always do like the y first and then the x. I don't know if that's really needed. Oh yeah. I'm gonna move this down here because you need to refetch the player collider, because it here it moves. I mean, essentially it's used like this. I don't know if you really need to do this. Right. This doesn't work because the collider, this is a object collider, needs to be like this because it's in local space, the object collider, so it needs to be like this. Look, it's sort of colliding and stuff and then goes crazy. Oh. There we go. Kinda. It's a bit funky. Oh wait, this is just a width. How do I... It's doing the wrong thing there, isn't it? The sign is the player collider.x plus the width, and then the object collider. So this is just checks the sign, and then we say that the fix is the height, and we plus equals the fix like that. Do the same here. We take the height and y. Wait, width, height. What's going on here? This one is the height. This one is the width. Width times sign. Maybe now it will be happier. Yeah, fixes in the source code. You made it. Wait, am I doing this incorrectly? Kind of works, but it goes a bit funny when I come from the sides. But maybe that's just because there's so... It pushes in Y first. It's not the best collision code. Something here. There's probably a better way to do this, but that will do for now. So I'm like, now I can't just walk through the tree anymore. And sort of, it's a feature, it sort of walks around it. Hello. Dun, 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 dun. Maybe I should not sure what to do next. I mean, I'm gonna have to figure out some more gameplay things, of course, but and then I need some kind of editor, but I'm thinking of trying maybe I'm thinking of maybe trying to do a sort of tile set and maybe try to use LDTK this time or something instead of making my own editor, but I'm not sure. I will try that and see if I like it, but we'll see. So maybe I won't make an editor, and maybe I will use text file for the dialogue. Let's just make something funny where you can walk into a house, maybe. And the roof sort of disappears when you walk inside. Not exactly sure how to do that, but we'll see. Yeah, actually, that's gonna be a bit messy without. I would like some kind of tiles for that almost. Yeah. So I can draw sort of the house and then somehow have the roof parts of it in a separate layer, and then they get hidden when you walk inside. That would be nice. Yeah, I started the stream 6 hours ago, but I had a long lunch break also, and I left the stream on, so that's why it's so long. But I'm getting a bit tired now. But maybe I can do something. What more can I do? Yeah, there's no remote yet. I guess the discussion about Odin and Zig is like Ginger Bill says, you can try both. Like when people interview him, he always said try both and see which one you like, and I agree with that. Like, just don't listen to what people say, because it's personal preference which programming language you want to use. So just make sure to try them and not just listen to what others say. Is what I would do. I'm trying to think of something to do here. I'm gonna flip the player when I go backwards. That would be a great feature. Let's just do something like this maybe. Maybe we can do like a flip bool equals false here. Hello, Marcus. Marcus asks if I made enough to support myself for a few months, or had to start working on something new immediately after this. I made a bit on the game, on Cat and Onion, but it's currently it's it's maybe, let's see, I get my first payment from Steam this month, and then that amount of money will be good for 1 month, but we'll see how much I make in the long run. Might run a bit low on money when it gets close to summer, so I'm gonna try to just make some game. Animation draw. Flip. And then we put the flip into the flippy flip here. Oi, I sorted. This is great when you hit F9 by accident and you sort your whole file by alphabetical order. Very useful. How did it... Flip. Oh, is that a... Yeah, it was a hot reloading bug. Yeah, it is useful in Sublime. Sometimes when you have like this, you can sort these guys. But it's so funny when you accidentally hit F9, because if you have nothing selected, then it sorts the whole file. Then it just looks like yeah, I would like it to be only it shouldn't do anything. It's only if I have a selection it should do anything. If I did like that. But if I don't have nothing selected, F9 shouldn't do anything. Maybe it's possible to do it somehow. And now that this happened again, how this has this one crashed? No. What's the... How does it not notice? This never happened in my other game, so I'm wondering what's wrong with the build script. Oh, wait, this should... I think this should exit 1. Actually, yeah. It's an error. Because otherwise the you know, what I want is I want it to build, and then it should run this part, but this and here only runs if the error code is 0. So if the error code is 1, then I'd put that back into the to here. Wait, no, I mean into the game template. Like that. So what am I doing now? Oh yeah, the flip. The flip is easy. You just go to... Wait. This is the... Just go here and you go to update and you be like... Flip. In this case you don't flip. Oi. Okay, yeah, here we have a classic problem. The origin of the player is not at all at the correct position. Usually this I fix with using the projected version of the draw texture thingy. So what you want to do, you can use draw texture PRO for projected apparently. I thought it was the professional one, but it was the apparently projection. You can project it into a rectangle where you want, and then you can set the origin properly, and then everything just works out, and then you can flip properly. But I'm tired now, I can't program anymore, so I'm gonna call it a day actually now, because I am not doing anything much anymore. But this is quite fun to play around with. I mean, I haven't done much gameplay yet. I can go up and say hello to the weird bird here. But I kind of want dialogue as gameplay somehow, sort of. But I'm gonna just think a bit about that. Now at least I have some basic stuff going on. But anyways. That's it for today. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you next time. I will be working on this throughout the week at least, I think, unless I get tired of it and need to do something else, but it's quite fun. I'm recording a new episode for my podcast on Tuesday, where I will have Johan Pates, the guy, the Pico 8 guy who does all the Hellgineers and stuff. And then I will publish it maybe on Friday or on Saturday or something. So that'll be fun. But anyways, have a nice evening. Thank you for watching. Bye bye.